Good evening. I want to call the meeting to order for the Oxnard City Council and Oxnard Housing Authority for March 4th, 2025. Madam Clerk, may we have the roll call and posting of the agenda? I'll just make the announcement that the mayor is on his way, and we're going to go ahead and get started so we can move into closed session. But go ahead, Madam Clerk.
Councilwoman Basua? Here. Councilmember Perallo?
Here.
Councilwoman Perez?
Here.
Councilwoman Rodriguez?
Present.
Councilman Starr?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Teran?
Here.
The agenda was posted in the kiosk at City Hall, the Oxnard Public Library, the city administrative offices, and on the city's website on Thursday, February 20th, and the amended agenda on Tuesday, February 25th.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Prior to closed session, we will take public comments on the closed session agenda. Let's see, I have the agenda here. My apologies. Mr. Fisher, do you need me to read from the agenda? I don't have a hard copy in front of me.
I do have a statement
Thank
that I
you.
can read for you. The City Council will recess to a closed session pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.8 to give instructions to its real property negotiators regarding property located on a portion of the northeast corner of Cooper Road and Bonita Avenue, Assessor's Parcel Number 201013201. The agency's negotiators are Michael Wolf, Public Works Director, and Hamner, Jewell and Associates. The negotiating party is the Oxnard School District. Under negotiation are price and terms of payment, and this is a City Council item. The City Council will also recess to a closed session pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9, Subdivision D1, to confer with its attorneys on existing litigation, and the matter being discussed is Lucia Aldana et al. Versus City of Oxnard et al. And finally, the City Council will also recess to a closed session pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9, Subdivision D4. Based on existing facts and circumstances, the City Council shall decide whether to initiate litigation in one potential case regarding the Shoals Energy Storage Project, County of Ventura Permit Number PL24-0024.
Thank you, Mr. City Attorney. Prior to recessing to closed session, we do have a speaker for item C3. We have Hal Dittmer, and you'll have 3 minutes, sir.
Thank you very much. Let the record show we appreciate the mayor, who will soon be here, Pro Tem Mayor Teran, and council members. Thank you very much for this opportunity to talk with you. My name's Hal Dittmer. I'm president of Wellhead Power Solutions. We're the developer and sponsor of the Shoals Energy Project. Given the recent publicity about battery fires and how dangerous they are and so forth, I get it, that you want to take a special look at this. I acknowledge that you should be cautious and want to double check to make sure the battery installations in your community are safe. You deserve a lot of credit. Over the years, the Mandalay power plant's been shut down. I know you have plans for Ormond Beach as well, but I just would encourage you, don't become an energy island. And energy storage is a way that you can can keep energy reliability over in this area, and energy storage and batteries is an example of that. In our particular case, we're proposing to build a very large $500 million project, and that would really add a lot to electric reliability and $3.6 million of property taxes for schools. So it makes sense, though, that you want to take a special look. Now, we're continuing to work with the fire department, Chief Hamilton. We had a good meeting I guess it was last week. The meeting went very well. We're going to continue with that, plus county planning. And we just want you to focus on two things. You shouldn't allow indoor battery storage because that's where the problem has been. You should insist on outdoor storage in certified UL containers that are well insulated, and that is the whole secret to having a safe system. The two biggest things of all. So we're gonna, the other issue is proper battery chemistry, and we're gonna go over that. Now, we worked some with the fire department during the permitting process. We want to do a lot more than that. We want to make sure that all of you, all of your people, Steve Hamilton and his people in particular, planning department, and all of you understand this project. We're very confident you're going to come out and say it's safe. Last, we hope very much that you don't file a suit yet, because frankly, the project is in right at a time where we are talking to lenders. It's a lot of money, a lot of people focused on this. Don't do that yet. If you could possibly figure out a way to wait, and let's have conversations and work something out with the county, with you and us. It's going to be a great project, so we just ask your tolerance, and thank you. That's what I had to say. Just made it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, do we have any additional speakers for public comments on closed session?
Mayor Pro Tem, that concludes our speakers in person and virtually. Thank you.
Thank you. Prior to recessing, I would like to disclose that for item C1, due to a potential for remote interest conflict due to contract work I do for local school districts, I will be recusing myself from that item from closed session.
I'd like
Councilmember
to
Perillo.
state that I've had ex parte communications. Anthony Miralles from the laborers called me about an hour and a half ago on the matter we just heard right there.
Thank you, Councilmember Perillo. For C3 as a confirmation.
I also had ex parte communication with labor group.
I as well have had ex parte communication with labor as well.
Okay. Other council members?
I feel left out. They haven't talked to me.
I have had communication with labor.
Thank you. And I will disclose that I also had communication with the applicants and with, with the team who is here, as well as Dan Mora from the laborers. So I appreciate you, Councilor Perillo, and council members for volunteering that information. As I mentioned, I will be recusing from item C1, but otherwise we are going into closed session, and the meeting will reconvene at 6 p.m. for the regular meeting. Thank you.
Okay, good. Hello, good evening, everyone. I want to call the meeting to order for the Oxnard City Council and the Oxnard Housing Authority for Tuesday, March 4th, 2025. The City Council has just emerged from closed session, and we will ask the City Attorney for any announcements to make. Stephen?
Thank you, Mayor. The City Council, by a vote of 4-3, with Mayor MacArthur, Councilwoman Rodriguez, Councilmember Perello, and Mayor Pro Tem Turan voting aye, and Councilman Starr, Councilwoman Basua, and Councilwoman Perez voting no, has directed the City Attorney to initiate an action to challenge the approval by the Ventura County Planning Commission of a battery storage system project known as the Shoals Project, proposed by Wellhead Power Solutions LLC, to be located on agricultural land in the county's jurisdiction south of Gonzales Road, approximately 1.5 mile west of Victoria Avenue.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, may we have a roll call and posting of the agenda, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance, and then we'll take a moment of silence.
Councilwoman Commissioner Basua,
Here.
Mayor Chair MacArthur,
Here.
Councilmember Commissioner Perallo,
Here.
Councilwoman Commissioner Perez,
Here.
Councilwoman Commissioner Rodriguez,
Present.
Councilmember Commissioner Starr,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Vice Chair Teran,
Here.
and Commissioner Andrade. The agenda for this meeting was posted at City Hall, the Oxnard Public Library, the city administrative offices, and on the city's website on Thursday, February 20th, and the amended agenda on Tuesday, February 25th. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem, do you want to announce the young student from Winnie High School to lead us on the Pledge of Allegiance?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I'll ask Mr. Ricardo Navarro to make his way up to the podium to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, followed by a moment of silence, and then he will share a little bit about himself. So, Mr. Navarro.
Before you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, it's going to be followed by a moment of silence for Eugene Gonzalez, who passed away this past Valentine's Day. He was a former city employee with 35 years of service. Retiring 5 years ago, his time working for the city began at the Colonial Pool, then retiring as a supervisor in the Parks Division of Public Works. He leaves behind his wife, Yvette, and 3 children, and his brother, Joe Camacho, who currently works in the Water Division. Go ahead, Ricardo.
Everyone, please stand. Face the flag. Place your right hand over your heart. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, everyone.
Okay, so thank you very much. I'll turn it over to Mr. Navarro to share a little bit about himself and his story.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ricardo Navarro Jr. I'm currently a senior at Wainimi High School, and I'm here to tell you my life story. Basically, I was born in Ventura, and I've been living all my life here in Oxnard. I've been raised here, and I'm a proud citizen here in Oxnard. You know, it's great to live out here and, you know, to share this community with everyone here. And firstly, I mean, there's so many problems out here in the world that we all have to conquer, and I've always conquered them. I feel like I've taken them upon myself. I think one of the things that, you know, affects us as a community is sometimes, you know, our friends. I've had, you know, when I had my best friend since kindergarten, I lost him, unfortunately, to, you know, the wrong path, and that made me quite sad. That really impacted me in a way where my mental health was not at the all-time best. And another thing was when it came to lockdowns, you know, I've been a part of 2 lockdowns, in my elementary school at Sunkist. It was horrible because we were there. It was during recess, and you know, I'm bilingual, so I speak both Spanish and English now. But at the time, I didn't really speak English, and it was horrible to see that all the students were scattering, and we had to run to classes. It was a level 1 lockdown, and the safety of the school has gotten better. Thank the Lord. But just seeing everyone in panic, it makes me feel some type of way. And I still have that trauma to this day. And to move on forward now to high school, going on to high school, it was very scary just because I didn't know what to expect. I knew that academically I had to be at the top of my game. And I would speak to my dad, and when we would go on walks, and he would tell me how it would be. And he wasn't wrong at all about it. But I conquered it, and right now I'm currently a 4.0 student in my GPA, and I've gotten a lot of honor roll rule awards, so that's something that I'm very proud of. But I also give it up to my parents for giving me that path and that foundation that they never had, just because my parents never graduated from high school, and I want to fill that void in this upcoming year, now that I'm graduating as a senior. And I'm also a student athlete, and some of the things that I've encountered playing soccer for 13 years was injuries. This past year, I went through an injury. I went through an injury crisis. I injured my hamstring, and it was horrible because I spent 4 months just constantly out. I could not sprint. But one thing I learned from it is that if you have a good mentality and you're willing to work and you have discipline, everything will come back to you the way it is. Here I am now on my own 2 feet, healthier and in better shape than ever. But I also, like I said, I have to give it up to my parents. They've always been there for me since day one. And to me, it's like I see all the people here in Oxnard, and I get inspired by them. But not only that, I feel like Oxnardians have a lot of potential to that we haven't realized. I see it on a day-to-day basis, especially with my classmates and even the athletes here. Channel Islands boys soccer just recently won Division 6, and I congratulate them. So there's a lot of talent and potential to realize here in Oxnard, and I feel like I'm one of those people that can realize that potential. Eventually, after I graduate high school, I want to go to university or college, whether it's Oxnard College or Cal Luther in Northridge, and I want to major in business administration. I want to get my bachelor's and my master's. Eventually, I do want to come back here to Oxnard and start my own business. I'm not too sure what, but I do want to start my own business and inspire the youth that nothing's impossible, que sí se puede. Just because here La Raza and everything, I truly believe in every single one of us. I think the students here are spectacular, and the athletes, as an athlete myself, I think we all have potential. So there's so much to realize, and as we go on, we just have to have motivation, and we have to be close together as a community to push each other forward. And that's been my story of my life so far. I hope to continue to impact the youth and the next generation, and I hope to have a good impact and be recognized for the things that I've done so far. Wonderful. Thank you.
Great. Don't sit down, Ricardo. Don't sit down. Come on up. Do you want to take a moment to please introduce your parents? If they can come up here, yes, please.
So I am a junior, and my dad's name is Ricardo Navarro Sr. He was born here, but he moved to Mexico at a young age. He met my mom in Jalisco, Mexico, which is where we're from. My mom's name is Elba Navarro. And so they came here from an early age to give me and my siblings a better life. And, I think they've done a great job. I'm here right now in City Council speaking to you guys, which is one of the greatest honors I've had. And, without them and their support, it's incredible. Right now, my dad is actually attending English school so he can get better at his English. And, I'm proud of him myself. As much as I had to learn English, he has to learn it too. And I think, he's doing great. I try to help him as much as I can. My mom is getting there as well. And, I'm proud of both of them. And my siblings as well. I mean, they've always pushed me as much as I pushed them, and hopefully I see my little brother one day come up to the stage as well, as he's a freshman right now. But anything is possible, especially when you have your parents and you have a good support system in your life.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Ricardo.
Gracias a ustedes. I'll turn it back to you, Mayor. I see you have a certificate.
Ricardo, if you can come up here, I've got a certificate for you for your dedication, perseverance, and an aspiring young leader here in our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah.
Look at me. We have this. Sí, felicidades. Ricardo, felicidades. Martín, you want to take a photo? ¿Tiene un teléfono? ¿Quiere que tomemos una foto de...? ¿Dónde? ¿Qué está el mío? Pues, no, you can take nosotros la mandamos. Hello. Look, Ricardo, this is a certificate celebrating your achievement for your dedication and perseverance, and definitely going to be a future leader here in our city. So thank you. And thank you for your willingness to come back, right? We need people to come back, not just go away and advance in your education, but to come back. There's a lot of opportunities here, and I think we share that sentiment that Oxnard has a tremendous amount of potential, and clearly the capacity you have and other students have to come back and contribute to our flourishing city. So thank you, Ricardo. Thank you. And certainly thank you to your parents for raising such a beautiful young man. Thank you. All right, we'll take a photo, okay?
Mayor, may I speak to?
Yes, Mr. Perla, go ahead.
Yes, congratulations to the young man. But the most impressive statement that he made, in my mind, he gives it up to his parents because they've always been there for him, always been there, both mom and dad. Makes me recall how fortunate I was, but it also makes me recall tremendous amounts of people in our community have just one parent in their life. And so we need to realize that. And it's very fortunate that you are aware of having both parents in your life. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Perla, for those kind comments. If no one else has, do you have anything, Mayor Pro Tem? Absolutely.
Oh, thank you. I just want to thank you again, Ricardo, for taking the time. And even though she couldn't be here today, I want to thank the principal, Ms. Brenda Bravo, who is the principal of Hueneme High School. And this was their turn at bat to send a representative to lead us at the beginning of the meeting. And one thing that stood out to me is you said you would like to be an inspiration and, or excuse me, that you were inspired by others. And I would like to add to that, saying that just you doing what you've done and continuing to do those things, you can be an inspiration to others. Not just those younger than you, not just your siblings or your peers, but there are adults in this room and adults watching this now who are inspired by you as well. And I am one of them. So I appreciate all that you've done, and I wish you well on your next steps. And as the mayor said, thank you for being willing to come back here with all that great stuff you're going to get at university or whatever your path is after high school. So thank you.
Thank you. We'll move to the next item in the agenda. It's the ceremonial item, the presentation of a proclamation designated March 2025 as Women's History Month. If I can call up Kathy Morgan, co-president of the League of Women Voters, Ventura County, who will accept the proclamation. Ms. Morgan, you want to say a couple of words?
Good evening. Thank you, Mayor, council members, and city staff. As said, I am the co-president of the League of Women Voters of Ventura County, and I thank you for recognizing March as Women History Month and for honoring the League with this proclamation. The League of Women Voters grew out of the suffrage movement and last month celebrated our 105th anniversary of our founding. The struggle for women's suffrage was long and a bitter fight requiring 72 years of effort. Women who had never before held public lives were emboldened to speak out, march in the streets, and protest. Lessons learned from the women's suffrage movement deeply influenced later American social justice and advocacy movements. Carrie Chapman Catt, a suffragette, founded the League of Women Voters 6 months prior to the ratification of the 19th Amendment, which gave women the right to vote. Her vision of the League was that it should be nonpartisan, working towards securing the enfranchisement of women in every state, removing legal discrimination against women, and educating the newly eligible voters, women, about the electoral process. In fact, the motto of the League today is empowering voters, defending democracy, and today we work to register voters, educate all voters about the candidates and the issue, and encouraging active participation in the government. I thank you for honoring women past and present who have contributed to our greater well-being, and I'm honored to accept this proclamation. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Morgan, I'm just going to take a moment to read it. And all of us here are very familiar with the League of Women Voters. We all, during our campaign, very thankful to your organization for having us there, all the candidates, to be able to speak in our vision and our stance on issues. But I'm just going to read to you this proclamation. Whereas the women of every background have made historic contributions to the growth and strength of our nation in countless recorded and unrecorded ways. And whereas women have played and continue to play a critical role in the economic, cultural, and social life of our nation, and whereas women have played a unique role throughout our history by providing the majority of the volunteer labor force, and whereas women were particularly important in the establishment of our early charitable, philanthropic, and cultural institutions, and whereas women have served our country courageously in the military, and whereas women have been leaders not only in securing their own rights of suffrage and equal opportunity, but also in the abolitionist movement, the emancipation movement, the industrial labor movement, and civil rights movement, and other movements, especially the peace movement, which creates a fair and just society for all of us. Whereas despite these contributions, the role of women in history has been consistently overlooked and undervalued in the literature, teachings, and study of history. Therefore, I, Luis MacArthur, Mayor of the City of Oxnard, do hereby proclaim March 2025 is Women's History Month. It is my honor and privilege.
Wait, should we move the chair? Join us. The chairs is always the name of the game. Thank you. Thank you so much. Yes, at Pacifica High School.
We don't remember. We don't
I remember. Can't forget.
Yes, Mr. Parlow, absolutely.
Yes, I'd like to remind everyone here and watching on TV, again, please remember the Equal Rights Amendment has yet to be approved. Yet to be approved. Multiple states have, but it's yet to be approved.
Thank you for that.
Mayor?
Yes.
Hi. I'd like to just read an announcement pursuant to Government Code Section 54952.3. Each member of the Housing Board of Commissioners present will receive $50 for convening this meeting. Thank you.
Yes, Councilwoman Perez.
I just wanted to make a quick comment about Women's History Month and wanted to really thank all of the women in our community, self-identified women in our community who have paved the way for many local leaders, activists in this community. I know as I've come across many community members, I'm reminded of the women's suffrage movement, and being able to have an opportunity as a young person to sit on this council was really because there are people that have paved the way and have fought for the rights of women to be able to have seats such as this. And I understand as well that we have many women engineers, architects, mathematicians, and highly encourage folks to check out the movie Hidden Figures if you haven't had the opportunity to watch that yet. The women that helped launch to the moon, and so I think there's just so much excellent talent that women have paved the way for us to be where we are today. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Perez. That was very well stated. Any other comments on the proclamation, Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Mayor. I was going to save this comment for the council member updates portion, but I'll just say it now as it's germane to the item we just had. I'll just say simply, Women's History Month, incredibly important, and it was mentioned in the proclamation, and we had the foundational information provided by the League of Women Voters. What we saw tonight is a symbol of so much work that's happened up until 2025 and continues to happen. I would be remiss if I didn't mention that a number of populations, women included, I feel are being, their rights and their opportunities are being targeted and diminished by particular folks within our very nation. And again, I say this often enough, but when I took this oath of office, I took the oath to defend the Constitution of the State of California and the Constitution of the United States of America against all enemies, foreign and domestic. And when we have people in our own nation who are targeting the rights and well-being and lives of others, that falls right within what I took an oath to defend. And so I just wouldn't be remiss if I'd say this is I love that we have this, and it's symbolizing our continued support as a city and a community. But we have to, I feel that I need to recognize that that's not occurring everywhere, and it is people's rights being targeted and diminished. Thank you for the opportunity to share that, Mayor.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. The next item in the agenda is public comments for items not on the agenda. At this time, a person may address the legislative body only on matters not appearing on the agenda and within the subject matter jurisdiction of the legislative body. Speaker requests shall be submitted as set forth on the first page of this agenda. Speakers are limited to 3 minutes. After 30 minutes, if all speakers have not had the opportunity to speak, the remaining speakers will be given an opportunity to speak prior to the adjournment of this meeting. The legislative body cannot enter into a detailed discussion or take action on any items presented during public comment at this time. Such items may be referred to the city manager for subsequent agenda discussion. Persons wishing to speak on public hearing items should do so at the time of this hearing. We have about 4 speakers. We'll start with Mario Riley. And Mario, you're going to be followed by Alexis Schmidt.
Good evening. I'm just going to read from my notes in order to expedite my time here so I don't take up other people's times. First, I want to congratulate, rather belatedly, those of you who recently were voted into office, Mr. Mayor, the rest of you council members.
Thank you.
It's 3 months down the road, but what are you going to do?
It's all right. We're always welcome. Thank you.
My next thing, at the risk of sounding self-indulgent, is that I wanted to advise you, let you know about my recent book that was published. It's called New Jerusalem, El Rio History Project. I had a lot of help from Jeffrey Mulhart, who I'm sure all of you know from the museum, and his family. I never thought I'd write a book, but I did this because there's all these other cities and they all have a book, but El Rio was here before all of them. So I decided it's time for me to do a book from where I grew up. So these are not professional brochures, but they fit my budget. So I'll leave these here, so whoever wants to review it, please do so at your leisure. El Rio School is already incorporating this book into their curriculum for history and social studies. Oxnard Union High School is in the midst of reviewing it for a history application. And so the publishers asked if I wanted my picture on the cover, and I said, why? I want the book to sell. So anyway, I have a couple of more points. And by the way, Councilman Starr does not have any idea that what I put in my comments, okay? Regarding Councilman Starr, it's my understanding that there's talk of a recall being considered against him for his decision supporting City Treasurer Molina. This started just the day after Mr. Starr's father passed away. It's hard to believe that such a callous idea would even be thought of under those circumstances. Besides, how could a recall be initiated when he hasn't been on the council long enough to screw up? Which some people might interpret as if that's a screw up. However, conversely, people could conclude that those who approved further action against Molina, they screwed up. Would that be considered a valid conclusion? I think not. In fact, Councilman Starr has already been attending in a very positive manner the concerns of those who voted for him, especially in the Rio Lindo community. Another very important fact, am I out of time?
Yeah. Thank you, Ms. Riley. You're out of time.
I thought it was 3 minutes.
Thank you. Yeah, it was 3 minutes.
It was?
Yeah.
Talk about long-winded.
You can come back next time.
I'll come back for the next one and finish.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Riley. Alexis Schmidt. Thank you, Alexis. And followed by Adriel Miramontes.
Hi.
Alexis.
I'm Alexis. Thank you for the proclamation about Women's History Month. I think it's really important to recognize all the work that women do in our communities. And since we're talking about it, I actually want to share a fact from the Civil Rights Department of the state of California, which is that in California, women only make 81 cents to a men's dollar. And to go further on that, that includes Latino women average 44 cents per dollar, and Black women average 58 cents per dollar. So anyway, with all of that said, I actually came here as the vice chair of the East Village Neighborhood Council to announce that we're having a meeting next Thursday on March 13th at Rio Rosales Elementary School cafeteria. And our main agenda items are a beat officer's report, a report from the United Water Conservation District Director Lynn Mulhart, a public works presentation, an update from Councilman Starr, and info for our bulky item drop-off day. Again, that's Thursday, March 13th at 6:30 p.m. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Alexis. We'll go with Adriel Miramontes, and then Adriel, you'll be followed by Ray Blattel.
Good evening, council members and friends. Women's History Month is about celebrating and honoring the women who shape us. And tonight, I want to honor my grandmother, Maria, and the legacy of single mothers everywhere. Maria was born in Chihuahua, Mexico, and came to the United States young, chasing for a better life with no education. She started as a maid, enduring a boss who treated her very poorly, then married and had 4 kids, including my mom. But her husband, an alcoholic, was abusive. When he finally left, Maria didn't break. She worked 3 jobs to feed her kids, and then went home to cook, clean, and be their mom and dad. Her sacrifices paid off. Today, my mom's an educator in the Oxnard School District, and one of my aunts is a 5th grade teacher in Texas. Another one's a pharmacist tech there, and my uncle is a tower crane operator making a great living. Maria, a single mother with no safety net, gave them those futures. She's also very faithful to God, despite all the pain she's endured her entire life. Maria's story isn't hers alone. Single moms have always been a force in history. Think of Maya Angelou, raising her son while writing words that changed literature. Or Katherine Johnson, a widowed mom whose math sent us to the moon. Here in Oxnard, single moms fight the same battles, working long hours, stretching dollars, lifting their kids up. They're unsung heroes, proving women's strength isn't just in the headlines, but in quiet daily victories. This Women's History Month, I thank Maria for all her sacrifices and every single mom who carries that torch. Their courage writes our history, one child, one family, and one triumph at a time. Thank you.
Thank you, Adriel. Ray Blattell. And Greg Runyon, you follow Ray.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, and members of the public. Well said about single mothers. I was raised by my mother. I don't have a comment this time. I just have a question. Perhaps the city manager can answer it sometime during this meeting. I was wondering what happened to that voting light that used to be up on the wall there. I know the taxpayers paid good money for it, for the design, the integration. What happened to it? Is it broken? Is it out for chroming or what? Are we ever going to see it again? I know business continues without it, but it was there at one time. What happened to it? Thank you.
Thank you, Ray. Mr. Runyon?
Good evening, everyone. I have a big favor to ask. Please, can we end the meeting before 3:45 in the morning? My wife was really, she was like, where were you? Who were you talking to? And I was like, I'm at a council meeting. And then she was like, oh, that's okay. That, you know, she figured nobody else was here. So I had to put it on YouTube and show her. And so please, for the sake of my marriage, try to end before then.
We'll vouch for you.
Yeah, no, hey, I'm just saying there was no way I could leave because if I left and then I told my wife it's not over, she would have said, why did you leave? And so I was just stuck. Along that meeting, though, I want to tell you, I was so impressed by Councilman Starr and his wife for their faithfulness for showing up a couple weeks ago. The easy thing to do would have been to call in and just to say, hey, I've had a moment in my life and I need some time for myself. I don't agree with everything Aaron says. I don't agree with everything he does. But that one moment said more about him and his convictions. And I'll tell you what I told him privately. I said, your dad raised a good man because he raised you to be a fighter. And that's who Aaron is. And that was on full display. So I hope all of us will remember these things. You know, in a little bit, we're going to talk about something where Aaron was the lone vote. And we've lost a lot of this thing that you can be principled without being poisoned. You know, and we are all going to have to do that. Councilman Turan said something, and it got me thinking a little bit. You took an oath against all things foreign and domestic, and that is true. But when people do things that we don't agree with and we find that as a reason to attack them rather than to oppose them, that's bad language. We need to stand in opposition to the people we don't agree with. We don't need to say we're going to attack them very quickly. Right or wrong, folks, we had people talking about blowing up the White House last time, and that was okay. But when somebody said you need to fight and people broke through the Capitol, that was atrocious. Language matters. Now, Councilman Turan is a wonderful man, and I know he's not going to do anything other than take his oath incredibly serious to stand in opposition. Your job is to lead the citizens of Oxnard in every way. It's not just to legislate, it's to lead. And I hope you all will continue to do that. Thank you. Please get done early.
Thanks, Greg. Madam Clerk, is there any other speakers?
Mayor, that concludes our speakers in person and virtually for
Thank you.
this item.
The next item on the agenda is item G, the report of the city manager. Alex?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, I only have one quick update, but a couple things. I'm impressed at how many people are speaking up about Women's History Month. So I would say one quick thing. My mother also was a single mother, and now I'm a single son. And with regard to the voting machine, Mr. Blatel asked about, actually, that wasn't always there. We didn't have anything like that, and after I got here, I insisted on having some sort of a voting machine. So at the time, we made a conscientious choice to go get the simplest one possible. I joked about how we just got a simple closed loop machine that you could have bought at Radio Shack because they were simple. And at the time, we weren't prepared to have a sophisticated program that is plugged into the software for the city clerk to also help with the minutes. But that old machine actually eventually died. And the company doesn't support it, doesn't make any replacement parts for it anymore. We've been tinkering with it, but we can't get it to work. But I am collaborating with our city clerk, and we are exploring an actual 21st century system that has both a voting machine that will have a board, or maybe it shows up on the screen, but it will also feed into software to help make the minutes more efficient. So we're working on researching the best system right now. So that's coming. Okay, and then the only update I had was with regard to the Rice Avenue and Fifth Street grade separation project. Some of you were at the groundbreaking, I think it was a couple Fridays ago, and I know there's been a lot of opinions within the sort of disinformation, the local disinformation bubble about the city paying so much money for that. So I just want to summarize it and remind people. So this all exists on a fact sheet that's on the city website. So in a nutshell, it's a major capital improvement project that's in our city. It's a total of $134.5 million. It is grade separation at, again, Rice and Fifth Street, which is essentially lifting up the road and building a bridge to go over the train tracks. So the whole idea of the grade separation is to take away the potential conflicts between trains and automobiles and pedestrians and bicyclists and motorcyclists. And while fortunately those accidents don't happen all the time, they do happen occasionally, and most of the time when they do, the train wins. So the good news is a lot of people and organizations participated in this. There's Caltrans District 7, Ventura County Public Works, Union Pacific Railroad, the Ventura County Transportation Commission, and the funding, all that money came from state and federal grants that include $107 million from the Trade Corridor Enhancement Program, $15 million from the Port and Freight Infrastructure Program, $5 million from the Grade Separation Program 190, that's just the name of that program, $3.26 million from the Surface Transportation Program, $2 million from Department of Water Resources, $1.5 million from Safe Transportation of Energy Products, and $750,000 from development impact fees. It's a major project. We hope it'll be complete by within 5 years from now, but this started over 10 years ago. So I just want to be clear, it's a major safety project first and foremost, but obviously it will enhance transit and safety efficiency at that intersection. So we're very, very fortunate, and I do want to mention it was Assembly Member Jackie Irwin throughout the years who was the champion for this project, made sure that we got the funding, made sure that we could keep the funding, and also helped us to negotiate. When you see this project, you'll see that it doesn't go in a straight line down Rice. It's kind of curves a little bit, and that has to do with property issues and undergrounding of existing utilities underground. So it's a little bit more complicated than what already is a complicated major public works project. So again, almost all of that funding came through our various partners throughout the state and the federal government. Thank you.
Thank you, Alex, for clarifying our contribution for that project that stands to be largest construction project here in Ventura County. We will, I'm sorry, yes.
I'd just like to ask a couple questions. And maybe Michael Wolf's the right person to answer this question, but we did have an experience with the wastewater treatment plant a number of weeks ago where some discharge happened, and I think you were able to address that in an email to all of us, but I don't think the public has heard it yet, and I think I'd like the public to understand what the situation is with that and how we were able to handle that.
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem.
Just real quickly, and we check with the city attorney, we had updates from the city manager. I appreciate that's a very important subject that the public should hear the information that's been shared thus far and any initial outcomes. But can we have at this time the Public Works Director even give a brief update, or should we have Councilmember Starr request that as a report on a future agenda?
I just want to say really brief. I think it is brief.
So we've been going about probably 4 minutes on this, 5 minutes on this issue, given what the city manager started out with, which was a different topic. So we're getting in close to that extended discussion, and now we're having multiple people speaking and questions and answers being given. So either we put that, perhaps this is a good thing for a committee meeting for an update on the Public Works and Transportation Committee. And also a reference to the website for the project would be helpful for the public. They could look at that in the meantime.
You just make it very brief. Can we do that?
I know it's brief.
Give him 1 minute. Can you do it in 1 minute?
Great.
I will try. So we do have a permit through the state to discharge our treated wastewater out into the ocean, about 6,000 feet. We do a primary and secondary treatment of our wastewater. We had a situation where we had a partially closed gate where our treatment went through the primary treatment process but did not go through the secondary treatment process. That primary treated wastewater was mixed with our secondary treated wastewater discharged into the ocean, not violating our permit, but certainly bypassing our secondary treatment process. We had to make notification to state agencies. We have since identified the closed gate issue, have addressed it with our staff members, and have provided additional signage so that that doesn't happen again. Again, we did not violate our permit or violate our water quality requirements from our permit.
And we were not fined.
Thank you, Michael.
And we were not fined. That is correct. Under a minute?
Yep.
That was good.
And that's excellent. Thank you. And I do have a question for the city manager on timing of when something might happen in the future. I don't know when we're supposed to appoint people to CAGs. I know people have asked me about that. I don't know if that's something that we scheduled for this month or April or when that might happen.
Mayor, Councilmember Starr, we will schedule that for early April for the appointments.
Beautiful. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Okay, moving on, we'll go to the next item on the agenda. That's item H. City Council, Housing Authority, Successor Agency, Financing Authority, Business Committee reports. At this time, member of the legislative body may make a brief announcement or make a brief report on his or her activities. Councilwoman Rodriguez, you want to start first?
Yes, I'd like to report back on a few items and just thank all the community members who did come to the library office hours that I host every first Saturday of the month. There was probably about a dozen folks. Thank you for your feedback, your participation, and I think that more than talking to your councilwoman, it's great to make connections with different community groups. So I know that I am aware of the 311 app, and I just wanted to flag it for folks who may not be aware of our ability to report, graffiti, trash, and different aspects in our community, just to make sure that if you see something, you can report it, and then we'll create a ticket to try to take care of that with different city services. So if you are not aware of the 311 app, you could probably find it on your smartphone, and yes, we would love to bridge that communication. So those are some of the things that came out of that. Also, on the 22nd of last month, I was able to join some city staff and some TRIO volunteers at the meetup cleanup in Colonia Park. So the next one that's coming up is this Saturday, and I just wanted to flag that for folks who may be interested in meeting up and cleaning up the parks. So those are some of my two major updates that I'd like to share with folks, but thank you for the time, Mayor.
Thank you. Absolutely. We'll move this way. Councilmember Starr?
All right, just some updates. I had another meeting with CAUSE. They were to discuss an upcoming extension of a lease by the California State Lands Commission. I think it has to do with the power plant nearby. And their concern is that the hearing was likely going to be, this is to extend that lease. And their concern is that that hearing might be held in Sacramento instead of Oxnard. So I did agree that I would send a letter basically asking the California State Lands Commission if they would move their meeting to a place where people can actually attend and participate and give their comments. I attended the groundbreaking ceremony for the new intersection at 5th and Rice. And by the way, our city manager did an excellent job of emceeing that. He actually has a sense of humor, which I didn't actually realize. So he's kind of dry up here, but he out there he was actually really quite entertaining. So my hat's off to you for that. I had a meeting with Assembly Member Bennett about this whole issue once again with the sober living facility, and he said he'll work on it, but don't get my hopes up because the legislature moves really slowly. I attended the Eastside Little League opening ceremonies at La Colonia Park with the mayor. And I want to say I'm very thankful that the mayor threw the opening pitch rather than me, because I would have embarrassed myself. I met with the proponents of the Teal Club specific plan, and I definitely have questions for them on that, and hopefully they'll come up with a plan that we can all support. I met with the police department recently, and trying to understand what types of activities are time sinks for them that keep them from being out on the streets, and hopefully I can work with them and advocate for them so that we can use technology where it's appropriate, or civilians where it's appropriate, or there may be other resources that can help them spend more time on the streets. Had a meeting with the new executive director of the Chamber of Commerce, and he's a bright guy, very enthusiastic, really wants to support the business community here. I think he's going to be a great asset to our community, and I look forward to working with him. I've got some upcoming meetings. I'll be at the Association of Water Agencies on Thursday the 6th. I'll be at the Ventura Council of Governments meeting on March 13th. I do plan to attend the East Village Neighborhood Council on March 13th. I do have a scheduling conflict that evening, so I'll be a little bit late. I want to request an item of business for consideration after having spoken to the chief of police and the two assistant chiefs of police. I'd like us to consider the merit of subsidizing door cameras in lower income and crime-ridden areas in our city that would be connected with the police department, of course, with the consent of the people that are there, so that we can better solve crimes or detect them. It sounds like it might be a low-cost way of putting more of our eyes out there and helping to protect these neighborhoods from criminals. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Pasua?
Thank you, Mayor. Last Friday, I attended a meeting put together by the California State Land Commission in regards to the Ormond Beach lease extension, along with Council Member Perez and Mayor Pro Tem Tehran. I don't know how much the new council has been briefed on what the city manager, his bright idea was to have a fund available in order to decommission the plant once it was actually decommissioned. But we've had, I think, 2 extensions since then, and now I think they're working on a 3rd one. And I was really hoping that as a council, we can actually take a stand in order for us to have staff advocate on our behalf also. So I would really like to see an item come back to the council as far as what our thoughts are on, putting what it is that we want as far as this Ormond Beach being decommissioned. I mean, it is an eyesore. It does sit in my district, so I'm really passionate about getting it decommissioned and cleaned up. I don't even know if we'll have the money to get it cleaned up. It's been so long. So I'd like to see an item come back to the council in order for us to have a discussion about that.
Thank you, Councilwoman. So, Commissioner Andrade, do you have anything? No? Okay. We'll move to Councilwoman Perez.
Thank you, Mayor. I wanted to also share that I agree that perhaps we bring it back to the council to send a unified letter with the consent of the board here. I did have the opportunity to speak at that meeting, and I asked the commission that they hold the meeting here in Oxnard as well. I also wanted to just take a moment to thank our Public Works Director, Michael Wolf, as well, for coordinating a water waste facility tour. It was really important to understand just the process of how water works in our community. And I know I mentioned in my last report at the previous city council meeting that there was going to be a mural installation brought to the youth center located at the South Winds Park. So on Saturday, February 22nd, and on Sunday, February 23rd, a mural installation was put up behind the youth center, and it also included art along the trash cans located at South Winds Park, and really just wanted to thank our staff, including Julia Estrada, Diana Reyes, and Peter, and all of the team that made that happen very quickly. It was a one-time conversation, and several weeks later, they sent over a flyer to help promote the event. So really wanted to just give them so much gratitude for their work there. This work really is a part of the mission of South Oxnard to ensure that youth and their families have access to cultural and recreational opportunities. Just being at that event itself, it was amazing to see people walk by and just see their faces light up as they see this mural installation in the community. It really is a reflection of the area, and really hope to continue to see more art activations similar to the one in South Winds come throughout the community. I also wanted to take the moment to thank Brad Craig with our fire department. He shared an invitation with me to participate in Oxnard's live training. It was definitely quite an experience, something that I had to kind of get over my own nerves with putting on the fire equipment as well as the face mask, and going into the experience of what firefighters navigate when they're enduring smoke and wearing a self-contained breathing apparatus. So I think there might be a photo out there somewhere, but definitely was a heavy backpack, but it definitely gave me that firsthand experience of what our firefighters and our public safety officials navigate as they are preparing for natural disasters in our community. So really wanted to just take the moment to thank our fire department for all of their work and continuing to ensure that our community has the support and resources that they need. This past Saturday, I also had the opportunity to attend the Port of Huenemi's first robotics competition. This was just an amazing opportunity to see about 2,000 high school students from all over the world come together to demonstrate their engineering talents and innovative solutions. There was a particular group there that was a Women's in STEM initiative, and it was just amazing to hear how people in the community were able to pass down some of that knowledge and information on how to actually enter the workforce around engineering and STEM. So definitely amazing to see and witness the bright future that we have ahead with so much talent that our young people bring to our community. In terms of neighborhood council meetings, I also had the opportunity to attend every neighborhood council meeting in District 6, and I plan to continue to do so. This is just a really good way to get information firsthand about what's happening in our neighborhoods and being able to provide those improvement recommendations throughout the district. So I look forward to continuing to meet on a regular basis, not just at the neighborhood council meetings, but also on a quarterly basis with our neighborhood council chairs to ensure that progress in South Oxnard continues. I know that District 6 also has 2 upcoming neighborhood council meetings Southwinds will be having their meeting this Thursday, March 6th at 6 p.m. located at Haycox School Cafeteria. Cal Giesler will be meeting on Thursday, March 13th at 6 p.m. located at Elm Elementary School. And the last thing I wanted to just share an update with the public on is that this Saturday, March 8th, the city is partnering with several community-based organizations, including Coastal Keepers, for a cleanup at Ormond Beach. And this will be from 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. And the meeting location will be at the end of Perkins Road. And that is my report.
Thank you, Councilwoman Perez. Councilmember Perlow?
Thank you. I'd like to thank the people that spoke in public comment. I share a little bit of what's done in the past. I serve as an alternate on the Fox Canyon GMA. I've been asked to be involved in interviews with respect to what they're looking for in a new general manager. Same thing with the Ventura Regional Sanitation District meeting. Attended the last VRSD board meeting. There was an issue that came up. I think it's important for the public to be aware. The general manager at that organization, whenever there is a labor agreement and the labor parties say get a % increase, the general manager gets the same. I'm totally against that. And the reason I'm against it, the general manager is supposed to work for the board, supposed to be the go-between in negotiations. I look at it, he's piggybacking on the work of the organized labor, a free ride in their back. I strongly feel about that. I did attend the Seaview Neighborhood Council. It was a very interesting meeting. Had an opportunity to watch the Parks and Recreation Committee meeting. Did attend the 5th Street Rice Road Bridge overpass. The city manager did an excellent job, but Public Works Director Wolf did a tremendous job also. Reading Across America, I'll be reading at the Harrison School and then the Rose Avenue School. One point of clarification I'd like to add from a council member, with respect to the Ormond cleanup, she will remember that we have put aside, because of the leadership of the management of the city, X amount of money, and it's, I believe it's well into the double digits, millions of dollars. So none of us prior or present came up with that idea. That was something that we're very fortunate that somebody did that and the council supported that action. The last thing I'd like to say, there is a meeting coming up this Thursday at the Oxnard Union High School District with respect to what are they going to do with budgets and potentially cuts in employment. During that meeting, an extensive, long meeting, extremely detailed. Again, Dr. Tom McCoy, the superintendent of that district, took broadsides at the city of Oxnard. He knows their false statements. He continues to give false statements. There's less than a polite way to say they're false statements, but he knows what he's doing, and he's 100% wrong. To blame the city of Oxnard for the actions of a board and a superintendent specifically that has got them in a position that they're in, the gentleman should be ashamed of himself. Those are my comments.
Thank you, Councilmember Perlow. Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Mayor. I was listing out my updates and I was trying to think, is this all happened in 2 weeks? And apparently it has. So a number of things we overlap with, Mayor, and then some of my colleagues as well, but I'll just go down the list. I was honored to attend the ribbon cutting for the Cedar Health Center over on Esplanade Drive in the Esplanade. They offer high quality, accessible health care to farm workers and populations who don't always have accessibility to such services. And it's just a beautiful service center that they've built and opened there. And I appreciate all of the work that went into that. Also attended the ribbon cutting for Bright Star Care, which is located on at the corner of Town Center Drive and Ventura Road, just south of River Park. And they provide in-home care for those who are in need of it, mostly our aging and our senior population. And they have an incredible model. They're they have a strong presence in Santa Barbara County and are looking to continue that work here in Ventura County, specifically in the West County area. And appreciated their willingness to open their doors to the community, share what they do, and again to invest in Oxnard as their base here in this area. I also attended with colleagues the Rice Avenue and 5th Street flyover. I hope I'm using the right engineering term there. And the city manager did a great job. I concur as an MC. I laughed a couple times, so he did a pretty good job, I think. And he's shaking his head no. No, it was great to see the many agencies who are involved in this come together and be able to highlight what has happened and what the next steps are. And again, many thanks to Assemblymember Jackie Irwin for her continued advocacy to get us to this point, and all of those who were involved. Locally, I attended the Sierra Linda Neighborhood Council last Thursday, and it was an election meeting, and congratulations to their recently elected board. And they have all returners with the exception of, I believe, their secretary is Mr. Herb Smith, who has served in the past on their board. And then this past Saturday, I was able to attend the El Rio Little League opening day and appreciated the invite. And I didn't do the opening pitch, which is a good thing also. But it was great to see all the young people and adults who are there to support them, and just another example of young people getting these kinds of opportunities for meaningful engagement and to do positive alternative activities supported by adults in their lives. Followed immediately by the robotics competition, which is yet another example of that. And I like to think of myself in some areas as a pretty sharp guy. I could do none of that stuff that those young people are doing, and all the engineering. There's a team for the wiring, a team for the mechanics, a team for the coding of the robot and the game controller they programmed to control it. I mean, it was amazing to see the competition and what they get those robots to do. So thanks again to the port for the invite on that and for hosting it. And as busy as my Saturday was, I apologize to Councilwoman Rodriguez for not being able to make it to your office hours. I had it in my notes to go, and then I just realized, like, that's the one thing I didn't do Saturday, so I'll have to catch the next one. Rounding things out here, I also attended the State Lands Commission meeting in South Oxnard. I had sent a letter to them, just also requesting that they consider hosting their voting meeting here in Oxnard, so that members of the public have the ability to attend it and it's accessible to folks. And I gave them credit for offering interpretation, live interpretation at the meeting, and I hope that's considered for the next meeting as well. This Sunday was the Ventura County Resource Center basketball game between Oxnard PD and Ventura PD. It was a close game, if you consider close being, I think it was 59 to 30, something like that. It was. I had pictures of it. I should have looked at the score, but our Oxnard police officers came back with a W and a trophy that you can see in the police headquarters. So congratulations to them. They did a great job, and it was all for a good cause. And then last few things here, Mayor. Councilwoman Perez and I co-presented yesterday for the Youth Advisory Council for Supervisor Lopez's office. And she and I did, I was honored to be there. I'm sure she was as well. And it's great to see young people engaged with their community. And they were a great group to work with, and all they're looking to learn, build their skills, and affect change in their community. So appreciate very much the opportunity to do that. And I mentioned it in my comments earlier, but I hope it's not lost on folks that ignoring or pretending that people's rights are not being targeted or diminished, that doesn't make it go away. And I don't know if I was clear, but it's my belief that women are included in that group of populations that are being targeted by particular groups and individuals. Last thing, Mayor, before our next meeting in 2 weeks, my grandfather, Greg, will have his birthday. I don't know if he wants me to give away his age, but it's a milestone for him. I think, I just wanted to thank him for all of his support. He watches every meeting, and I don't know if he stays awake for the long ones, but he certainly has questions after the meeting, almost like he's quizzing me on, okay, what was this, and what did you do, and why did they do that, and what happens next? And so keeps me fresh as well. But I wanted to wish him a happy birthday, and thank you for all of his support and working hard to raise a great family. So thank you, Mayor.
Wonderful. No, thanks everyone for sharing. I think what you're hearing is how busy your council is working for all of you. And we're committed to doing just that without repeating what others have said already. A lot of our activities overlap, but as many of you know, I'm a big proponent of youth sports because of the tremendous benefits for fitness, health, enhanced focus, community engagement, social connections, and just strengthening community bonds. So I did have the privilege and honor to have been invited by Seaside Little League, the fast pitch softball league. I took some friends with me out there as well and was honored to have been selected. I know I was showing the video to Alex, and I did the fast pitch. So just honored to support that, and also Eastside Little League as well, invited to throw the first pitch there. And I think I did okay, right? I'm a soccer player, but I think I did all right. And also, I joined Councilwoman Perez. I took my little girl out there as well. She's an aspiring engineer. She just turned 8. I took her to the robotics competition, as well as a core group of friends to go out there and to just see Oxnard, exactly what we've been saying, the potential in making Oxnard just a cultural destination, a place to visit, to see participants from Hawaii, Arizona, up and down California. Mexico was represented, Canada, China, and to be held here at our harbor, at the port. It was wonderful to see the hundreds of people that were out there, all STEM, just engineering individuals, and to have that in our city goes to show the diversity of just activities that we have in this city. And I'm so glad to certainly be sitting here as a mayor and be participating and being able to speak at all of these forums. Also participate in various ribbon cuttings. You may have seen me, all the ones that Mayor Pro Tem mentioned, and others, including a barber shop here recently down on South Rose Avenue, and then a health center there as well. And then we started reading across America. I know several police officers that are here are probably engaging in that endeavor as well. It's always important to go back to the schools. I started mine this morning, reading to Ramona Elementary School to 4 classes there, then went over to Rio Rosales School and then continued reading to kids there. And then I'll continue tomorrow, and then we'll do so on Friday as well, trying to set that time aside. And I know Mr. Wynn will be out there as well as others, because I think it's so important for young kids to see all of us as key leaders in our city, role models for them to be able to go back and just have the proactive engagement. And also have had very good conversations with our city manager, including looking at our historic district, looking to look at other models to see what's out there, just explore, so that to be able to circle back with that community, be able to present a comprehensive information or report on what it could look like here, our historic district. So then that's all I have. And to move on, we'll just, if no one else has anything else, we'll move to our consent agenda. Do any council members have any consent agenda items you wish to discuss at this time?
Yes.
Okay. Which ones are they, Councilmember Starr?
Let's see, number 2, number 6, number, just a second.
Just 2 and 6?
2, 6, and 8, and.
Did you say 7?
10.
Did you say 7 or no?
I don't think I did.
Okay. Yeah.
2, 6, 8, 10, and hold on, let me just scroll down my screen a second. Yeah.
Okay. Anyone else? Yes, Councilmember Perlow.
2, 4, and 8.
2, 4, and 8. Okay.
4, 6, and 8. 4, 6, and 8.
So 2, 4, 6, 8, 10.
Okay. Anyone else? Okay. Yes, Mayor Pro Tem.
Mayor, if I may, before we move into questions or discussion around consent items, I note that it's been a fairly large topic in the community about the length of our previous meeting and previous meetings prior to that. And I won't initiate it this time, but I'm looking for maybe future discussion around the presiding officer and the council's concurrence about a limit of time for the consent items per council member. So just to keep it equitable, everybody would get X amount of time for the items on consent in order to ask questions. And this should hopefully help expedite and provide efficiency to our meetings. And as was mentioned in previous discussions around this, this would also allow us to be mindful and very intentional about which questions we ask of staff ahead of the meeting so that the most pertinent ones can be asked at the meeting and be shared with the public. So I'll just leave it at that for now. I just wanted to throw that out there.
Councilmember Perez?
I agree with that statement.
Okay. Yes, Councilmember Perez.
I would like to suggest to the Mayor Pro Tem, if we would follow what had been done in the past, if people are willing to discuss an item, they pull it off the consent agenda, and we prove everything that's not to be discussed. So then we don't have to worry, Mayor Pro Tem, about time, because we want every opportunity for council members to ask the questions. That's what I would suggest. As today, we have pulled off a couple of items. I forget how many are totally on consent, but I think we could do away with if there's no other questions. And the mayor did politely ask if anyone had questions, Mayor Pro Tem. With respect to that, I think we could approve the items that were not asked to be pulled off, and simply the ones that were asked to be pulled, asked to be discussed, be pulled off and discussed separately.
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem.
By my notes, and I saw a few others making notes, I have items 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 pulled for discussion.
Okay. Yes, Councilmember
Mayor,
Wong-Pasu.
I would agree with Mayor Pro Tem Tehran and Councilmember Perez in order to, keep the moving proactive. I think we need to be prepared for our meetings, and a lot of these questions that we have, sometimes they're elementary. We can ask them to staff and then really get to, the foundation of whatever questions. But I really believe we should have some time limit.
Thank you. I think moving forward, we can do that. We can condense the amount of time each of us has. We won't do it for this meeting, but moving forward, we'll certainly, without any objection from any one of us, we can implement that. Yeah, no problem. So if we want to pull items 2, 4, 6, 8, and 10, and we can discuss those and approve the others.
I'll make the motion to approve the others.
I will second that motion. Oh, second, Rodriguez.
Okay. Madam Clerk, can we get a vote?
So before that, there may be public comment
thank
on
you.
those items that haven't been otherwise pulled for discussion.
Madam Clerk, are there any public speakers on the items?
And
We have K2.
Mayor.
Yes, Mayor. Pro Tem, go
Prior to that, Mayor, and I'll ask my colleagues to correct me if I'm missing anything. The motion was to approve, after taking the speakers, of course, the items that were not pulled for discussion. And just for the record, those are items 1, 3, 5, 7, 9, 11. Did I miss any? Okay,
That is correct.
thank you.
So I think we could take a vote, Madam Clerk. The speaker cards that I'm looking at all are speaking on item K2.
Okay, may we have a motion for the housing commissioners? That would be for items K1 and K5. May I have a motion to approve?
I make a motion.
Okay,
I'll second that motion.
thank you. And Chair MacArthur,
Yes.
Commissioner Rodriguez,
Aye.
Commissioner Andrade? Commissioner Perallo?
Yes.
Commissioner Bettis?
Yes.
Commissioner Starr?
Yes.
Commissioner Teran?
Yes.
And Commissioner Basua.
Aye.
And the motion carries 8-0 for items K1 and K5 for the Housing Authority. And then now if we have a motion for the approval of item K3, K7, K9, and K11. The maker of the motion was Councilmember Perallo, and a second by Councilwoman Rodriguez. And Councilmember Perallo,
Yes.
Councilwoman Rodriguez,
Aye.
Councilwoman Basua, Mayor MacArthur,
Yes.
Councilwoman Bettis,
Yes.
Councilman Starr,
Yes.
and Mayor Pro Tem Teran.
Yes.
And that motion carries 7-0.
Great, thank you. We'll move then to item on the info consent, K2. This is from the city attorney. Adoption of ordinance implementing specific provisions of the Court of Appeals decision regarding the city treasurer. The recommendation that the city council adopt an ordinance titled, an ordinance of the city council of the city of Oxnard amending specific provisions of the Oxnard City Code to transfer the duties relating to the collection of fees and taxes from the city treasurer to the police chief and modify the procedure for the payment of demands, warrants, and checks so that certain duties held by the city treasurer are transferred to the city treasurer, to the assistant city treasurer. This item did not originate in committee. So we'll discuss that. Is a member from staff able to come up to answer any questions a council member may have? There he is. Thank you.
Thank you. So I do have.
Also, just one second, Councilmember Starr. Commissioner Andrade, you can be dismissed at this time if you like as well. Thank you. Okay, Councilmember Starr, go ahead.
I do have a question, actually. Actually, this one's going to be directed to the city treasurer. Now, my understanding is that the city has filed a return to writ, I think is what it's called with the court, to basically say that that we're in compliance or about to be in compliance, I guess, with the court order. And I would like to know, do you intend to challenge that as being, do you intend to challenge the city's position that it's in compliance with that writ?
Councilman Starr, Mayor, members of the council, I think at the direction of my attorney, he's suggesting that we have that as an option and we're considering it.
Okay. And one question I have for you as well is, for the duties that you do have remaining, do you have the resources, the access to actually perform those duties?
Councilmember Starr, no, I do not. And if the mayor would allow me, I'd like to go through the remaining items that are statutory duties of the city treasurer and explain what I need in order to get that done. The first one says the city treasurer shall receive and safely keep all money the treasurer receives. The last couple of days, it's been brought to my attention that the city is receiving checks from various clients, and some of them are more than 6 months that have not been deposited. That means those checks are stale and of no value, and the people who are writing those checks are questioning me, why am I not depositing those? Obviously, by not getting those deposited quickly, they should be deposited within 1 to 3 days. We have a problem with that. In order to make sure that 41001 is complied with, I need to have access, me and or my deputies need to have access to the areas where the city is receiving money to make sure it's there.
properly accounting for those monies, keeping them safe, properly putting them in, deposit immediately. So I would need to have access to all the areas in the city where money is being collected. That's not currently the case. 41002, the city treasurer shall comply with all laws governing the deposit and securing of public funds and the handling of trust funds in his or her possession. That kind of mirrors 41002, but gives a little bit more detail. But that's paragraph A. Paragraph B says if the city has issued bonds, I think the city has issued bonds. Okay, so if the city has issued bonds, the city treasurer shall use a system of accounting and auditing that adheres to the generally accepted accounting principles. Generally accepted accounting principles, I'm not going to go into I was going to bring my book, but they consist of a common set of accounting rules, requirements, and practices issued by the Financial Accounting Standards Board, otherwise identified as FASB, and the Government Accounting Standards Board, referred to as GASB. So the generally accepted accounting principle sets out the standardized, the classifications, the assumptions, procedures used in accounting in industries across the U.S. and the United States government and local governments. The purpose is to provide a clear and consistent and comparable information on organization financials. To assure that GAAP is followed, I need to have access to the financial transactions. If I'm responsible for making sure that whether it's on a cash basis, accrual basis, modified accrual basis, whether the postings are to assets, liabilities, revenues, expenditures, or equity, I need to be able to see and have access to be able to see that those postings are being done properly. I do not currently have access to that. It's interesting that the law says that certain duties can be transferred to officers and officials of the city. Now, we're a general law city, and general law cities by state law have the following offices. The city council, the city clerk, city treasurer, chief of police, the fire chief are the officers that are enumerated in the government code. So the fact that we're transferring some of the duties to staff that's not in the code brings a question in my mind and my lawyer's mind as to whether or not, again, we're complying with state law. The other one is that regularly, at least once each month, the city treasurer shall submit to the city clerk a written report and accounting of all receipts, disbursements, and fund balances. The treasurer shall file a copy with the legislative body. I've been fortunate to meet with Assistant City Manager Eric Sonstegard recently, and we don't agree on everything, but we're able to talk friendly and identify our differences and our concerns, and we're able to look at different financial statements, and we agree that there is a standard financial statement that should be used by the city of Oxnard, is being used by some of our local surrounding cities, that would provide you with the opportunity of seeing how much property tax that we got, how much sales tax we got, how much revenues from the enterprise funds compared to the budget. It would also allow you on that same page to see how much did we spend for the city manager, the city treasurer, the police, the fire, compare that to the budget. So you would have an opportunity to see what's happening. I think Eric Sonstegard and I agree that the monthly reporting format should be consistent with GASB number 103, which is consistent again with the sample that Eric brought to my attention that a surrounding city is using. So you do have the authority to have the city police chief do the collections. There's also a requirement that in 41609 that says the chief of police shall, and the word is immediately, not 2 days from now, not a week from now, the chief of police shall immediately deposit with the city treasurer all money collected by the police department as required by ordinance. Now, there's a reason for that. I think the law was written in 1903 and updated in 2018 and 19, because there was a time, and I think I mentioned this at the previous council meeting, where we didn't have collection agencies. So instead of me going out and trying to collect money, we would ask the police chief to do that. That's no longer the case, but if you want to assign that duty to the police chief, and if he's willing to take it on, it's fine with me. I used to kid in my other cities. I would turn to the police chief and say, I'd like to appoint you as my collection officer, and didn't go over too good. So those are some of the things that I would need. I would need to have access to the details of the financial report. I would need to have training on the new software, excuse me, so that we can develop, excuse me, a set of financial reports that really want to make it useful to you. So you're not going through 117 pages to figure out, well, did the city treasurer spend too much? You should be able to look on that cover page and say, doggone it, why did the city treasurer spend 90% of his budget? We're only 2 months into the year. What's going on? And then you could address that question, but you don't have that opportunity now. So I think with Eric and me working together, we could do that, but I need to have access to that. And quite frankly, I'd like to have access to the staff. Something I mentioned to somebody this morning. When I was the department head in the Treasurer's Department, in spite of the limitations, I issued an open invitation to all of the council members to come into our work area anytime you like. And we did have a couple of council members come in and unannounced walk in, and I invited them in, let them see how we're operating, how we're functioning. And really, you need to have that access, and I need to have that access to staff to be able to see how transactions are being posted. I hope that's helpful. Is there a question, an answer that I failed to give you?
No, you've answered it. It sounds like that you still need access to resources that you don't have access to, even under this ordinance that will likely be adopted today.
As of this time, that's correct. Yes, sir.
Okay. So I guess I have some statements I really want to make here. You know, I know of a former mayor who was accused of harassment in this city. I know of a council member who's been accused of harassment in this city. And I would never dream of passing an ordinance that said that that person wouldn't have the right to vote or participate in council business. I think that that's a decision that the voters made. I might want to recall you from office for doing it, and there's a process for doing that. But I don't think that as a council member that I would have the ability to say that a mayor or the council member doesn't have the right to vote, the right to make motions, or and otherwise participate on this body. But that's exactly what we're doing to a person who's not on this body, who's also an elected official. And I think what I couldn't come across real well during my last meeting because of my circumstances, but so I hope I can do a better job this time. I just want to point out to you that this really goes against the traditions of this country, where you have the right in a criminal setting to face your accusers. You have a chance to cross-examine. I mean, right now, we have this redacted report that doesn't identify a person's name, that the treasurer has never had an opportunity to cross-examine. The statements were never made under oath. It's all decided on the preponderance of the evidence of a consultant that we hired, in his opinion, but it's never been challenged in a court setting. And the court never accepted this report into evidence. It was never a factor in its decision. And you got to ask yourself a question, why? Why is it that if a court won't accept this as evidence, that somehow we will? I'm really troubled by that. I'm troubled that a decision can be made based on the preponderance of evidence, whereas in a normal criminal setting, it's beyond a reasonable doubt. That's the standard. Now, as I said last time, if this was an employee, okay, that's just a civil matter here. We can just simply dismiss an employee. I'd be okay with that. But when you have an elected official, the voters are the ones that make that decision. And sometimes the voters make bad decisions. Some people argue that they made a bad decision voting me in. And who knows? I'm sure there's a better person for every single one of us here. But the voters make that decision. And I think it's only the voters that can undo that decision. And given that the treasurer has been elected reelected not once, but twice since this has come out. The voters are pretty much aware of what's going on and what should be aware. And they chose to put him back in again anyway. I don't think that we have the ability to do this, what this ordinance does. I think this proposal circumvents the court. I think it is, I think it's a stain on this city for us to do this action today. So I'm going to, when the time comes, I am going to once again vote no on this particular ordinance at a second reading. I would urge you to do that as well, given that the system as designed here was unfairly stacked, where the person who's accused has really no opportunity whatsoever to defend himself like you would in a court in a criminal setting. So that's all I have to say on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Starr. Councilwoman Perez.
Thank you for the acknowledgement, Mayor. I have a question for our city attorney. Again, I want to bring it back to, just for the public record, there's this notion that this agenda item would remove, I hear it from the community a lot, that our decisions would remove, quote unquote, the treasurer from his position. And I want to be mindful of some of the statements that have been made regarding him being voted in. And I just want you to share with the public that this item does not mean that we would be removing him from his position.
So yes, I'm happy to address that. Excuse me. When we looked at this ordinance, we looked very carefully at the appellate decision. And what is before the council tonight for adoption makes no more or less changes than the appellate court said the city council was allowed to do. As I indicated in my presentation 2 weeks ago, the city council needed no basis to take this action. This is something the appellate court said the city council had the right to do so. After I made that statement, I then went into great detail, and there was a long discussion about the contents of the report and reasons why the council could choose to take this action. But the council had the legal right to take that action, as the appellate court indicated we could do. So it's also, there is unfortunately a kind of a mixing of the issues here. Was an indication by Mr. Molina he has a right to cross-examine his witnesses. That is not something that happens in personnel investigations. We hired a third party outside attorney, which ironically had investigated another complaint against Mr. Molina and found that there was no action which deserved to have any kind of a penalty. So this is a lawyer who had actually found that Mr. Molina did not do the accused action. So this is not someone that had a bias against Mr. Molina. Mr. Luna had done a previous investigation. So we brought in Mr. Luna to do the investigation, and he didn't find for the city in all the items. So this is someone who spoke with more than 41 individuals. There was a substantial amount of evidence to support the actions. I also want to remind the council that I also read from the declaration of Eden Alamary, which was under penalty of perjury. That was one factor that had been raised before, that, none of these were under penalty of perjury, they couldn't be cross-examination. Well, Eden Alamary was willing to put her name on a declaration and sign it under penalty of perjury and lay out the behavior from Mr. Molina that was inappropriate. So there is a name that's associated with it. In addition, if you have read the 80-plus page of the report like I have, it is very clear from the context who some of these individuals are. There was only one assistant finance director, so we know who that person is, or you can tell. There was, listed a assistant police chief. There were two options who that person could have been. You go through there, so this is not a process where there was not an ability to ascertain who they were. And it wasn't just one person. There were, of the 19 people who worked in that department that included Mr. Molina, 17 people had heard Mr. Molina make these inappropriate comments. So this is not just one person, or he said, she said. This is 17 people who indicated this behavior was inappropriate. So it would not be, in my opinion, appropriate for Mr. Molina to resume his collector duties and be managing staff again. That is not something that we can recommend. Now, it is clearly the council's choice if you want to adopt it tonight, but that's something that staff strongly recommends as the right and appropriate action to take.
Just for clarity, can you state for the record that this item that we are voting on tonight, depending on the discretion of the council, that it does not imply that we would be removing the treasurer from his role as elected by the voters?
Absolutely not. If the council adopts this ordinance tonight and 30 days pass, then Mr. Molina will still be the city treasurer. Based on the facts tonight, he will still make over $140,000 a year, plus his pension from PERS. He has all the abilities to do the duties which are outlined. And yes, there are the collector duties are taken away, and some of the payment of the checks, but the city council, if they adopt this tonight, are taking away nothing more, nothing less than the appeals court indicated that the council had the ability to do if they took this action in the way that they did.
Thank you.
Any other questions before we get into public comment? No. Okay.
I have a technical
Yes,
question. In terms of delegating these tasks to the police chief, does the police chief able, willing, and let's say, does he have the experience, the bandwidth, and what is needed to perform the duties? Sorry, Chief Benitez.
Yes, I'm happy to discuss that as well. So once again, Alex, I'm sorry, you? Okay, okay.
And also, like with the collectors, like when we're collecting payments and all of that, like what really does that mean in layman's terms, like for somebody who doesn't have a background in?
Absolutely. So I think it's also important if we could pull back to 30,000 feet. So yes, we have had elected city treasurers for a long time. And before Mr. Molina stepped into that role, there was another elected city treasurer. And basically, that person did not collect dollars and cents and checks at the window. She had a professional staff that did that work. When Mr. Molina started, he did not stand there at the counter collecting the money. He had the professional staff, and he had an assistant city treasurer, Eden Alamary, who actually managed the day-to-day duties. So you have a professional staff with training. She had, I think, more than 25, 30 years in accounting experience. So you have someone who oversees it. I mean, I think a good example is that the chief of police, in his role as police chief, does not write parking tickets. He has people. He has a whole command structure. And assuming the council adopts this tonight, then the chief of police would oversee the assistant treasurer who runs the operations. There would be appropriate meetings and oversight, but once again, the police chief is not going to be there collecting money. He is there as part of what the appellate court said could happen, that the collector could be the police chief, but I also note that in the way the code is listed right now, the collector is the city treasurer or designee, and we're proposing the police chief or designee. So that is being delegated to the assistant city treasurer to do the work, just like happened when Mr. Molina was here in that role.
So more than anything, it's certifying that we're receiving what we expect to receive.
Correct. If this is adopted, then he is basically acting in this role as the collector.
So I'd like to just share just a comment, playing devil's advocate, in terms of checks and balances. Having city staff overseeing things versus an elected official balancing out the checks and balances of the offices and protocols. Can you speak to that just a bit?
Yes, absolutely. I think it's important to know that things have changed a lot over the years with our new software. I won't say that I can speak to it. I've never been on Munis. That's not something I do as a lawyer. But there is a whole protocol and system for the checks, the approvals, the whole process. So it takes multiple people to do these roles. So there's a certainty that one individual cannot approve an item, sign it, and wire it. It takes multiple members of the finance team to process items. And in this case, the work is subject to the audits. There's careful analysis, to ensure that the money is collected. I think also one thing that has changed is that much more of the finances today are electronic. It's not, I believe 80% are electronic, and we're going more and more to that. So money is automatically deposited in the bank and into there. So there's much less of the counting of money than there was, even 5 or 10 years ago.
Thank you for sharing.
Just a follow-up question for you, Ken. I know Mr. Molina asked, under this ordinance, would he still have access to detailed financial reports, which he needs to do his job? Also, can he get trained on the software that he says he doesn't have training on? And also, he indicated that he needs access to information and access to someone from staff. I don't know if that'd be Eric or someone else who can answer his questions to be able for him to do his job. Is that something that we can provide to him under this ordinance?
Mayor MacArthur, Eric Sonstegard, Assistant City Manager. So that is a conversation that I've already had with Mr. Molina, and I offered, particularly last Thursday, just kind of asking that kind of open-ended question about like, what resources do you need to do your job? And that's something that he and I speak almost on a daily basis, and we're working through that. And we're more than willing to get him the resources that he needs. I think we need to identify what that actually is, but we can definitely work on that.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions before we go to public comment? Okay, we'll go to Ray Blattell, followed by Philip. Well, actually, I don't know if you know, you already spoke, Mr. Molina. Then he'll be followed by Doug Portello.
Thank you, Mayor, council members, city staff. In regard to the VC Star article following the 18 February City Council meeting, the confidential investigative report dated 10 February 2020 cites a preponderance of evidence showing Mr. Molina made statements to female employees which offended them, and also that he bullied city employees. These are violations of Oxnard's rules and regulations policies. Throughout the evidence presented in the February 2020 report, never is it mentioned that the interviewer asked each interviewee if he or she had notified Human Resources of the sexual explicit statements or of the bullying incidents. Furthermore, never is it mentioned in the report that the interviewer had asked each interviewee if he or she had been contacted about Human Resources regarding these violations. If these are violations of the city's personal rules and regulations, where is involvement of Human Resources noted in the investigative report or in the statements made by the city attorney during the 18th February City Council meeting? It seems that the city manager and the city attorney just jumped in immediately and did the lynching of Mr. Molina. In the February 2020 report, the interviewer specifically states that the interviewees were asked whether they heard or had been told that Mr. Molina had made comments regarding female employees' appearance, attire, etc. Now, whether they heard is rather ambiguous. Does it mean that did he actually hear Mr. Molina make these statements to another individual? Or does it mean that they were the actual recipients of the statements to another statements? We'll never know, since this was not clarified in the report as it should have been in order to be thorough. Why wasn't each interviewee specifically asked, did Mr. Molina make sexual explicit comments to you? Again, we'll never know because this question was never asked. Again, regarding the evidence presented, there is little to no mention of Human Resources involvement in to mitigate this issue. If the city would have involved HR earlier and in a greater capacity, up to including counseling and maybe additional training, perhaps the alleged severity of the situation could have been mitigated. There is plenty of fault to be shared in this matter. In my opinion, the city leadership goofed up big time on this one. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bertel. Doug Portello? And then Doug, you're going to be followed by Alicia Parcell.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and City Council. From the Second District Court, the ruled in Mr. Molina's favor 3-0. The city may not, through legerdemain, unelect the office of City Treasurer and defeat the choice of the voters. The office of City Treasurer shall be restored. The trickery the judges speak to is the claims of harassment. The court rejected this. The voters also rejected this trickery twice. The only ones that were fooled by this trickery were two city councils. The former Housing Authority Director, Amelia Ramirez, who is a friend of Alex Nguyen, had 5 women, including 3-time chair of the Homeless Commission, claim harassment. Peggy Rivera resigned her position as chair because of the intolerable and toxic work environment created by Mr. Ramirez. Mr. Ramirez and the city manager both came to Oxnard and had previously worked together in Riverside. Yet given these harassment claims, no investigation was performed, nothing was done. This is the height of hypocrisy and a double standard for Oxnard. Why investigate Mr. Molina but ignore the claims against Mr. Ramirez? The whole fiasco is not about harassment. That is a distraction. That is a deflection of the real issue. The real issue is the city wanting to eliminate the independent, duly elected city treasurer who can provide the necessary checks and balances and oversight to assure Oxnard is following the law and proper financial procedures. When Mr. Molina entered office in 2016, there were negative findings on the financial audit report concerning the former city treasurer. Well aware of those, Mr. Molina set about to assure the citizens of Oxnard and the city council those errors would not be repeated. Providing that necessary oversight can bring about conflict with those that wish to work while neglecting the rules. The lack of signed timesheets, transfer of funds for expired contracts, and the lack of proper documentation were just a few of the issues addressed with staff. This made some folks uncomfortable. Our city manager attempted to use trickery to wrest away the duties of the city treasurer and place those under his authority. Sadly, he was somewhat successful in that attempt. The city attorney, who the city council rely upon for sound legal advice, has given some very bad legal advice. The IUF, the JPA for the county and the ambulance transport, the Melrose scheme, Renew Oxnard, and then this debacle. Give the city treasurer the support staff and the resources to do his job he was elected to do. The city finance staff can communicate with the elected city treasurer's office to avoid any possible interpersonal conflicts. That could be easily accomplished. Respect the choice of the voters. Respect the ruling of the court. Respect the needs for checks and balances in the best interest of the residents of Oxnard. As the Second District Court ruled, restore the office of city treasurer.
Thank you, Mr. Purcell. Thank you, Mr. Portillo. Alicia Purcell.
So I'm not going to just repeat my comments from last meeting. I'm going to add things that I didn't have time for before. I would really like to see city management go through Government Code 41001 through 007 and say what duties they think the treasurer will have left and what they're going to do to provide resources for him to do that. It seems like they don't think he'll really have many duties. The ruling has been in effect since January 29th, but we haven't been able to see anything happen to let him do the duties that they say will be left if this ordinance is adopted. It's just been dead silence. I also have not yet heard anyone really assert that the chief of police has the educational background of accounting or finance to be qualified for the job that this ordinance proposes to give him. All I heard was, well, he can do the job anyway because all he has to do is be the boss. You know, this is not the 1800s in a town of 200 people where police chief has a lot of spare time on his hands. He already has a 24/7 job. And, you know, the city opposed Measure L with concerns that voters might elect somebody who's unqualified, but now they're asking you to intentionally transfer duties to someone that doesn't have the background for the job. I'm really baffled by this. To effectively oversee people that report to you, you need to have, for this job, an audit mindset to create the procedures for proper handling of the funds. You can't effectively manage what you don't understand. And if you give it to someone that doesn't have the background, then it really does increase the risk that someone could steal funds from the city and it go undetected because the procedures aren't there really to detect it. So it does matter that, who is overseeing the process and that they have certain skills. I think the only thing I want to add, there's been all the talk about, there was a declaration that was signed under penalty of perjury. And the thing is, when you just are told one side of an equation, you must accept what we concluded without questioning. You miss things like, the person who submitted that declaration did factually get a large pay increase when they then got to take over Mr. Molina's duties. So, there are things that need to be weighed against each other. I wasn't there, can't say for sure, but you need to factor in the other things happening around the declaration.
Thank you, Ms. Purcell. We'll go to Greg Runyon.
So I'm going to kind of end the partisan thing here because you've heard, I don't think this is politics. And that's what irritates me. I just put my card in right now because I wasn't going to say anything. Blah, 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 blah. That is exactly what we've heard over and over again. Alex is corrupt. Emilio's a crook. This is about human behavior. And to me personally, this is why I get irritated. People can make decisions we don't like, we don't agree with them, right? Last week it was super late, and I already told you I got in trouble, but I waited to the very end to just get up and say, with all my heart, I do not believe Mr. Molina said the things that he may or may not have said with the intention of being sexually harassing or anything, right? But if I know somebody receives that, and I've heard they receive that, I don't want to litigate it in court. I want to go tell them I'm sorry. And that is the difference in the world we live in today. Everybody wants to be right. They have to be right. You can't run a city with, he's a dictator, but I'm not. But if you don't do what I say, you can't do a city like that. You guys are elected to make decisions. I respect Aaron. He has a position. He's holding to it. I'm good with all that. But you cannot run around calling people names. Prove it. So I got a minute left, and I'm going to spill the beans because I really got irritated. Peggy Rivera is not a city employee. She's not governed by city protections. If I go say, hey, Bert Perillo called me a blah, 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 I don't get an HR thing. That's just the truth. There are people that are associated with these folks that tried to get me arrested because they said I had people selling drugs on my property. Nobody cares about that because that's okay, because you can attack somebody in the world we live in today. It's okay because the ends justify the means. You are required, I believe, as elected officials to have personal integrity. So I just want to say again, I respect Aaron for his beliefs. I don't have to agree with them, but I can respect them. I can work with them without name calling and anything else. I don't believe for a second, Mr. Molina said anything that he intended to be any way. But if we're going to start checking people on behaviors, let's check our behaviors. You're responsible for what you say. You're responsible for what you do. And you all are responsible for how you vote. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Runyon. Phil, you want to take your time?
Mr. Mayor, if I could have just a couple of minutes, I apologize, but.
You have 3 minutes, Mr. Molina. You're we'll take yours.
Thank you, sir.
Speaker.
I appreciate
Absolutely.
it.
Yeah.
You know, something that as I was listening, I appreciate the comments. But you have to also remember Eden Alamary did receive a substantial increase by signing that. Why did she never use the word? She was interviewed by that same Luna gentleman. She was part of that group, as were all of the 19 employees that worked for me. None of them, zero, said I harassed them. None of them said they felt harassed. None of them said they felt sexually intimidated. None of them. Those comments were made by Mr. Luna as well. It could have been interpreted. I heard a council member earlier today mention that a report was beautiful. I could interpret that as sexual. That's terrible. There was never intent to do anything sexual about that. But when the Luna report assumes that when a young lady comes who works for me and says, I just bought this new dress, what do you think about it? I can't say anything. I got to turn and walk away. No, you're going to say it looks very nice. It's beautiful. Just keep that in mind. There is no comment by any of the 19 people who worked for me that I bullied them. Not a single one. Now, there is a comment about a young lady who no longer works for the city who said I did what he calls internet warfare. What he doesn't tell you is that same lady sent me over 82 emails, and she never once said anything about stop sending me emails because we're both CPAs. And I was trying to provide her with government accounting standards like the 103 that I brought to your attention recently, because I'm trained in government accounting. Not all CPAs are. So I wanted to bring those things to her attention. It wasn't email warfare. It was providing her input. And I would ask you to look at that and see the emails that I sent her. One last story, and I wasn't going to say this, but God bless her. My beautiful wife told me 4 days before we got married, she said, if you think I'm going to wear high heels for this wedding, the wedding is off. Wow, that's... So I had a choice, and there was no choice at all. I told Linda, I'm marrying you. I'm not marrying your shoes. You wear whatever you want to wear. I have respect, and that lady was 10 times more intelligent than me, and I miss her greatly. Other than that, there's nothing else to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Molina. Madam Clerk, we have a virtual caller.
We actually have two. So we're going to start with the first caller, phone number ending in 6377. Please press star 6 to unmute, and then you have 3 minutes starting now. Caller ending in 6377, please press star 6 to unmute, and you can start speaking.
Hello, this is Manuel Herrera, creator of Citizens for Better Oxnard. You know, nobody seems to be learning their lessons. First of all, Gabe Turan brought up about the long meetings and how we need to have a time limit. And yet, look, here we go. Here we go again. Why is Phil Molina's attorney, Aaron Starr, allowed to continue to relitigate this dead horse? This has all, it's already, there was an investigation, the findings were already there by the preponderance of the evidence. I mean, everything was already a done deal. And yet, at the last meeting, Aaron Starr, Phil Molina's attorney, spent, 2-3 hours trying to relitigate this same thing over and over and over and over again. And now the council voted on it, so it came to today so that they could finalize it. And yet Starr, once again, is given the opportunity to just go on and fight. And then he brings his wife, he brings Portello, and then the other guy. It's the same. It's always them. It's always the same people. If you notice, no one else is calling in. There's nobody else calling in, because everyone else is getting ready for a recall. That's why they're not calling in. But these guys, it's the same Starr clan that continues to call in and fight for Phil Molina's job. And actually not even his job. He's going to keep his job. They're just taking away his duties. And why? Because of the sexual harassment of his employees. Instead of Aaron Starr fighting for the rights of the employees, he's fighting for the rights of Phil Molina. I mean, give me a break. And he wonders why people want to recall him. My God. I mean, you know, it doesn't take a scientist to figure all this out. And then the little clown show they have going where, why is Molina allowed to speak twice? Well, I mean, again, it doesn't take a rocket science to figure out that what they do is Aaron Starr calls Molina up, lets him speak that way. Then Molina puts in a card to speak for 3 more minutes. You know, I mean, it's all a game, and you guys are just falling in. I don't see anybody on the dais speaking up against this. You cannot continue to allow this to happen. This is pathetic. So, anyways, this needs to stop. This, Mr. Mayor, I don't know if you're the one that needs to do something about this, but
Thanks, Mr.
Aaron Starr needs.
Your time is up. We'll go to the next caller.
Okay, the next caller with phone number ending in 3259, please press star 6 to unmute and introduce yourself if you'd like.
Prior to that, Mayor, if I may,
Yes,
prior to the speaker, this is something we've had at past meetings as well. We had a shout from the audience, just as a reminder about decorum for folks. The clerk is a professional. She was elected into this position. She can track time and notify the speakers when they're done, as can the mayor. Appreciate your passion for wanting to move on. I think that's shared by people up here as well. But just as a reminder, shouting out of order, one person has the floor at the time, the mayor when it's no one else, and he gives the floor to others. So if we can refrain from shouting out or talking out of turn, that would help us expedite these meetings. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Madam Clerk, we'll go to the next virtual caller.
Okay, caller with phone number ending in 3259, press star 6 to unmute, and you have 3 minutes starting now. Caller ending in 3259, please press star 6 to unmute so that you can start speaking.
This is Deirdre Frank. As many of you may know, I am a personal injury and workers' compensation attorney. I don't know how many of you have actually read the court opinion in this matter, but the court did not consider the investigation study. As a matter of fact, they specifically excluded it in their consideration. What the court did provide you is what the city council could do or not do to protect or curtail the actions of your city treasurer. The ordinance that is before you is in total compliance with that court ruling. The issue here is removing the non-statutory duties of the city treasurer. Please recall, and I know you've heard it over and over, that this outside agreement on duties was made with former city manager Greg Nyhoff. It was not statutory. That's all you're removing. It's not complex. Your city is the employer of Mr. Molina's employees. You have a duty to protect them. All of these employees, should they choose to do so, can file stress claims under workers' comp. They can file separate harassment claims. They are subject to all kinds of benefits as a result of a hostile work environment. Why this is even being debated is beyond me. This is your responsibility to take care of the people that work for you. It's unfortunate that Mr. Molina isn't elected and can't be removed by our current city government. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Frank. Madam Clerk, are there any other virtual callers or virtual speakers?
Mayor, that actually concludes our speakers virtually and in person for the information and consent agenda.
Great, thank you. Yes, Mayor Pro Tem.
I'll make a motion to accept the recommendation of the city.
I'll second.
Go ahead, you want to say something?
Yes, I'll acknowledge that we did have a motion by Councilmember Perello and I believe a second by Councilwoman Perez. Is that correct? Great. Well, I did have a quick thing, if that's all right with both of you. There were some points raised by the speakers, and I just had a couple notes here real quickly. Mr. Rizal, I believe this was brought up in the past, and perhaps we can add clarity to that for those who may be unclear on it. Why was the enacting of the court ruling delayed since January, as was stated by one of the speakers? Do we have details on to what was happening behind the scenes leading up to where we are today as from the appellant and from the city side?
Yes, absolutely. As you know, the appellate decision came out in early August, and it was appealed to the California Supreme Court, remanded back to the Court of Appeals, then back to the trial court. So we went back and forth multiple times to finalize the language of the writ of mandate and the judgment. Once Judge Burrell signed the judgment on the writ of mandate, there was a request by Mr. Molina's attorney that the return be filed on March 3rd. So technically, the city had until March 3rd to file the return explaining how they had complied with the court order. So as Mr. Molina mentioned earlier, they're considering whether or not they're going to file an objection to the return the city filed. So when we filed that return, it indicated that if the city council adopted the ordinance at tonight's hearing, then 30 days later, it was the city's position that we would be in full compliance with the appeals court order. So it obviously takes time, given our sunshine ordinance, to put a matter on the agenda. So we moved very quickly in getting this to you in the middle of February and getting this to this meeting here. So we believe that we have moved in a timely fashion, and given the direction that the council took at the last meeting, assuming it occurs again tonight, then it's our belief, as I mentioned, that we'll be in full compliance.
Thank you. And so just to clarify, Mr. Molina's attorney and our city attorneys had dialoguing back and forth since this ruling on what this would look like, the writ of mandate, I believe you mentioned. Is that correct?
There were multiple filings on both sides. There were multiple hearings. It went back and forth, I think four or five times to kind of hone down what the final judgment and what the writ of mandate would state. So that took a long time. We had some spirited disagreements on what each side believed it meant. We were going for in my opinion, we were going for what the appellate decision said. Mr. Molina and his lawyer had a more expansive view of the opinion. In the end, the court sided with the city in a narrow reading of what the judgment of writ of mandate should look like.
Thank you. And so hopefully that answers the question of why was this delayed since then. Regarding the access to staff, I'm copied on frequent emails between Mr. Molina. Well, I should say not copy. He blind copies existing email chains when I guess I deserve to see what's happened after the fact with our CFO. Does he have regular access to the CFO, and it sounds like our assistant city manager, for accessing information or data or conferring on financial matters?
There are frequent email correspondences that go back and forth, and in my new role, I also work closely both with the CFO and Mr. Molina to try to be somewhat of a liaison if there are specific financial questions that take place. But to answer your question, there are many correspondences that go probably on a daily basis between the CFO and the treasurer.
So he has access to our financial data and information through the CFO. There is no limitation or restriction on him in connecting or conferring with the CFO. Is that correct, Mr. Rozelle or Mr. Sonstegard?
That is correct. Now, as you know, there has been disagreements between Mr. Molina and the city about Mr. Molina's ability to so-called audit items, and that's something which was transferred away a long time ago. So in some of the discussions between Councilman Starr and Mr. Molina earlier tonight, they went down a long list, and Mr. Molina indicated on multiple occasions about he needed access for all these items. So based on past pattern and experience, access means basic control or the ability to demand documents and go at a level which is not authorized by our city code, or that those duties has been transferred away. So city staff, as Mr. Sonstegard has indicated, are working in good faith with him, but there are kind of limits to certain things that he will have the ability to access. He wanted the ability to work with staff. In fact, in one version of the proposed judgment, he wanted to be able to give direction to all individuals in the finance department, including the director, the CFO, assistant CFO, et cetera. That is something which the appellate court specifically did not include within the judgment. So he wanted a more expansive view, and the court did not give him those duties.
Thank you. So those are my questions. Just some last comments here before we look at the motion on the table here. There is mention of Measure L, which I'm glad it was mentioned because I had it in my notes as well. And I believe this is a really great example of a street going both ways, where it was questioned. I was certainly a critic of Measure L, and my personal opinion, I call it Measure L, as I think the voters spoke decisively about. It was something they just very decisively said absolutely not. But with Measure L, in combining the city treasurer and the CFO positions, if the question tonight was, well, the criticism was that we might get an unqualified treasurer and CFO in that role, does the other side of the street not mean that back in 2020, folks are advocating for unqualified or potentially unqualified folks getting elected to become CFO and treasurer? And so it's an interesting take to turn about and talk against your own talking points from from that election. And a few other things here on when we're questioning the penalty of perjury. I saw some criticism. Well, the penalty of perjury, what does that mean? And then there's talk around, well, what did this person receive, from, or how did they benefit from taking on these extra duties? I have to say that takes away my personal feelings, proud feelings tonight of having Women's History Month, when we are questioning the motives or the intentions or the integrity of a woman who had the courage to put on paper and sign her name to it about her experience working in this city under this particular individual. And incredibly offensive and poor form, in my personal opinion. And if we're going to question, well, penalty of perjury, what does that even mean? Well, then why would anything matter? Why would we believe anything that Mr. Molina said during the course of this litigation? Why should I believe anything the speaker said? They're not under oath at all to come up here and speak. They say whatever they want. What makes me believe it? And so at some point here, we have to look at, what are we questioning these things for? There's a higher level here, signing something under the penalty of perjury. And again, full credit to Ms. Elamary for speaking on that and putting her name on it and having it be on the public record. And the last things here, Mr. Runyon brought up about human behavior. Absolutely. And this is why in the previous meeting at 3-something in the morning, I set the report aside and I gave specific documented examples on the public record of Mr. Molina being untruthful over email, of Mr. Molina having I don't know, some kind of personal grudge against some member of the public who parked in his parking spot. I don't know what would have happened if he had gotten that person's information. What, would you talk to him? Would you have said, hey, don't do that? Or what? I don't know. Like, what was the point of that? And then lastly, looking at all of these things, these are demonstrated potential patterns of behavior. And when we talk about human behavior, I think the saying is, when someone shows you who they are, believe them. And I'll just end by saying, I just finished the harassment training that we are all required to take. And just here, I have screenshots. It says, it does not matter if there is no sexual desire by either party for sexual harassment. Sexual harassment does not have to be motivated by sexual desire. Someone can be sexually harassed even if the comments were not directed at them. And unwanted and inappropriate behavior creates a toxic environment for those who hear or see the conduct, even if it's not directed toward that person. And this is also a hostile work environment. Then for bullying in the workplace, bullying and abusive conduct, examples of unacceptable behavior. And the few examples, yelling at coworkers, making threats, but then spreading false information or rumors, attempts to destroy self-esteem or confidence of others, behavior meant to undermine, patronize, humiliate, intimidate, or demean. In my opinion, I feel like I've seen those in emails that are blasted out to members of the public. And can you imagine working here and saying, I have to be careful what I say, I don't want to interact directly because I don't want to end up on an email targeted at me, BCC'd to members of the public, to all the staff, belittling me for my job, my performance, or something I got right or wrong, or whatever the case is. And to end with this particular training also said, supervisors are legally required to take action if they personally observe or receive a report of sexual harassment at the workplace. Since the organization's climate is key to a healthy and respectful workplace, this is why these actions, if it's known about, have to be acted upon. We had the union, the two unions last time submit a letter on the record about their concerns about interactions between their members and Mr. Molina if he were to be given supervisorial duties over staff again. And if people are saying they wait in their cars until Mr. Molina comes inside or they see him down the hall and they go another direction, that to me indicates they're feeling that this is potentially a hostile work environment. We cannot allow that. And even though that's not what this is, that has to be called out. And I would ask all of my colleagues, if I were in that situation, if I were creating that, I would hope that I would be called out on that as well and held to account for that. And lastly, the other slide here is important, is there's reflection. If you find out that you have caused somebody to feel uncomfortable, they have steps here for you to take. Thank them for telling you. Apologize for making them uncomfortable. State the behavior will stop. Do not continue the behavior, retaliate, and document the conversation. I just know if somebody told me, hey, you made somebody feel uncomfortable, I would feel terrible. I would reflect on that, and that's just who I am. And I hope that we can have reflection on that, all of us. So thank you for the extended time in that, Mayor.
Let's go to Councilmember Perillo.
Mr. Mayor.
We just.
I apologize, but will I be given an opportunity to address some of the less than truthful statements?
Mr. Molina, you've already spoken twice. Right now, we're in the discussion. We've got a motion on the table, Ms. Molina. Can you just read? We got a motion. You second the? Okay.
So there's still debate, an opportunity for debate, right?
Do you have anything else? Yeah.
I guess I really want to address the keyboard warrior aspect of this whole thing, which I think is what most people find most frustrating. And I think it causes one to want to look at Mr. Molina in the most negative way possible because, candidly, his emails are exasperating. I'll admit that. I find them annoying. At times, I think he's overzealous because he sees a problem right away, and he thinks that the worst possible reason for it happening is what's causing it, that there's some sort of malfeasance, and sometimes there's an innocent explanation. But I get why he takes that position, given his previous history with the city, where he's found the city in areas of wrongdoing. He's won in court over these very issues where the city was doing wrong. Even recently, I mean, he was warning the city about violations of Prop 218 with the infrastructure use fee, and he was right. He was warning the city that we can't have an extended contract with the same auditor year after year after year, and he was right. There were expenses that were being paid without budget authority, and he was right. There were expenses without contracts, where contracts have expired. He was right. And I think I wanted to close it with one little personal statement. You know, you can look at your reports all you want and say, oh, this justifies this, but I feel like I know this human being on a personal level. I've been to his house, and I will tell you, it's kind of the saddest thing I've seen. This is a man who still thinks of himself as married to his dead wife. And he literally has a shrine to her in his house. This is a man who just pines over her. And I cannot possibly imagine a man who feels that deeply about the woman he married, who he's no longer with to this day and can never be with again until he passes. I just can't imagine him sexually harassing anybody. It's just not his character. It makes no sense based on the years that I've known him. It just makes no sense. So as far as these preponderance of evidence things, there's no way in the world I can accept them because I've met the man. I think I know his character.
Thank you, Councilmember Starr. There's no further discussion. Madam Clerk, we'll take a vote on we have a motion and a second to adopt the ordinance as is.
Excuse me, Councilmember Perallo?
Yes.
Councilwoman Perez?
Yes.
Councilwoman Rodriguez?
Aye.
Councilmember Starr?
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Teran?
Yes.
Councilwoman Basua?
Yes.
Mayor MacArthur?
Yes.
The motion carries 6-1 with Councilmember Starr voting no on K2.
We'll go to, okay. We'll go to K4, and this is from the Housing Department, Mobile Home Park Rent Stabilization System Annual Activity Report for 2024. The recommendation is that the City Council receive and file the 2024 Annual Activity Report for the Mobile Home Park Rent Stabilization System as adopted by the Mobile Home Park Rent Review Board. And Councilmember Perrella, I know you had some questions on that.
The only points and the reason for my pulling this off, I want to thank the individuals that serve on this board, Philip Flores, Efren Jimenez, and Yocano Ocano. And I also want to bring it to the public's attention. When I was in a neighborhood council, there were mobile homes in the area that I represented, Meadow Lake and Wagon Wheel. But when I look at the list of the mobile homes on page 43, we have 20 mobile home parks in the city. They comprise a large component of the housing in our city. And I want to thank the people that are serving on this board to do the best of their ability and to take care of this matter for us. Those are the comments that I had. I want to thank them, and I support this item.
Thank you, Councilmember Perrella. Any other questions? No? Madam Clerk, do we have any public comments on this item?
Mayor, excuse me, we do not have any public speakers in person or virtually. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we just call for a vote?
I move the recommended action on number 4.
I will second.
Excuse me, Councilmember Perallo?
Yes.
Councilwoman Rodriguez?
Aye.
Mayor MacArthur?
Yes.
Councilwoman Perez?
Yes.
Councilmember Starr?
Yes.
Councilwoman Basua?
Aye.
And Mayor Pro Tem Teran.
Yes.
And the motion carries
I know,
7
he
to
scared me. I was looking
the
at police
motion
chief.
carries 7 to
Yeah,
0.
something
Thank
going on
you.
over here. Give it. We'll move to item K8. This is from the Public Works Department.
Number 6.
K6.
Oh, I'm sorry. My elbow was covering it here. This is from the Police Department. This is K6. Subject is federal and state asset forfeiture funds. The recommendation is that the City Council approve a budget appropriation in the amount of $162,000 for the use of federal Fund 191 for $95,000 and State Fund 192 for $67,000. Asset forfeiture funds allocated to the City of Oxnard's Police Department. And noted here, Councilmembers Starr and Perillo both had questions on these items. Councilmember Perillo, would you like to go first?
Just thank you very much for this item. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Chief. The two basic questions I have. In reading the newspapers and reading this item, we have funds that we collect from individuals that have done things that are wrong. There's also an opportunity possibly to collect funds from real estate if homes have been used for drugs in the city of Oxnard. Do we have any of that happening, or have we had any collections of real estate? And is there a reason? Because I know in the newspaper I read about home has been used for drugs, there's been arrest, they give an address, it's in the city of Oxnard. When does that come into play, or is that a separate item from this? That's my first question.
Well, it is actually a separate item from this, but to set some background for this is that these are typically involved joint investigations with federal authorities such as the FBI. In recent history, I am not aware of any real estate being seized during those investigations. I am aware of one that occurred probably about 26 years ago that was seized. It was actually a house that was being used to sell large quantities of drugs. It was seized and eventually converted over to, I believe, some type of a supportive services house for domestic violence victims. But currently, we have none on the radar at this time that are in real estate proceedings.
Okay. And thank you very much. The second question, I do appreciate the fact that, and I'm reading directly from the report, last year the police department awarded a total of $18,500 in sums ranging from $1,000 to $2,000 for the following community-based organizations. And these are, some of the organizations I've heard of, some very highly recommended, others I had not. How do other community-based organizations apply to receive these funds or put themselves in the mix?
So, Councilmember Perillo, what happens is generally around December, we issue a news release making the fact that these funds are available. These funds are 15% of our state asset forfeiture set aside, so that is the money that becomes available, 15% of that. We also do some posts on social media that hit our community. I believe they've been picked up on sites like Citizens for a Better Oxnard. People become aware of it. We actually do get a number of applicants for these. And so, for example, about up to 24 applicants. I think I had some numbers on how many applicants. In 2023, we had 21 applications. We approved 14. The following year, we had 15 applications and approved 13 of those. Okay. So they're micro grants, so they're out there.
So basically, the public or anybody that's involved in one of these things need to be paying attention in the month of January, and there'll be a public social media and a news release. Where do we make our news release?
It's generally sent out to a wide spectrum of, we have a standardized news release distribution list that hits the local media. So okay. It's up to the news outlets whether or not they choose to pick up the story. We put out lots of news releases, but that does go out there.
Okay. That answers my questions, and thank you very much, and I support this. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Starr.
Yeah, thank you, Chief. So these federal and state civil asset forfeitures, they're all connected to illicit activities conducted in Oxnard. Is that right?
That is part of the investigation, which can go outside of the city of Oxnard. So it can be outside of the city of Oxnard, and we are a participating agency in that task force. So,
okay. And I guess it could be either a federal forfeiture or a state forfeiture. Is there a difference in the percentage of the money that we receive as a result of it being either federal or state? Or is...
It depends on there's generally a pre-existing arrangement, and in many cases it depends on the the proportion of participation on that particular task force. For example, the countywide task force that they have for narcotics, we would get a proportional cut of based on our commitment, our staff commitment to that effort. So it varies.
Okay. I do have just general concerns about this, and it's not a criticism of the city at all. It's just this is kind of the system we have. But I'm concerned that we're seizing assets, or the government's seizing assets, where they don't actually charge a person with a crime. They just simply say, well, we think there's criminal activity here. We're going to file a lawsuit, and the lawsuit is actually against the property. So there really isn't an opportunity to defend yourself in this. Usually it's way too expensive to do so. I was reading a study on this, and it said that the median forfeiture across 21 states where data was available on this was only $1,276. And in most of those states, half of the cash seizures fell below $1,000. And I've read that in up to 80% of these cases, there's no criminal charges that are ever pursued. And candidly, the cost of going to court to prove that you're innocent, that your property is, I mean, you can't hire an attorney for many of these situations. That the cost of the attorney far exceeds whatever you can ever possibly hope to recoup. And the government only apparently has to establish a preponderance of the evidence that we think this was involved in a crime, which is of course far lower than beyond a reasonable doubt, or even meeting a clear and convincing evidence standard. It's just, in many cases, this has been really, really abused. I'm not saying by us, but the ACLU has warned heavily about this. It goes against the founding principles that we have in this country, that you're innocent till proven guilty. And yet we are punishing people without ever finding them guilty. Find them guilty of a crime, no problem taking their assets. I have no problem with that. But these civil asset forfeiture cases really deeply disturb me. There are Supreme Court justices who said that they're kind of concerned about this too. They think that wouldn't pass muster if a proper case ever came to them. All that said, there's nothing that we can do here to undo the injustice, in my mind. So I will be voting in favor of this, because otherwise the money just goes to somebody else. But I really find this whole thing distasteful, and I just need to make that statement that I think that many innocent people, particularly people who are of very low income, have their assets seized in small amounts, which maybe it's not a big deal to any one of us, but to them it's everything. Sometimes they lose their car, and there's just no way they can ever get it back. And sometimes they had nothing to do with the crime whatsoever. It's like their kid was driving the car and had marijuana. Or you have one case that was kind of famous where this couple owned a hotel, and turned out that somebody was using that hotel room to do prostitution. They seized the hotel, even though they had nothing to do with it. Now, thankfully, they were able to fight for years in court and get it back. But this should have never happened to them, and I think this happens way too often. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Starr. Any other questions on this item? Madam Clerk, do we have any speakers on this item?
Mayor, we do not have any public speakers for this item.
Thank you.
I'll move the recommended action.
I second it. Can we get a vote?
Councilmember Perallo,
Yes.
Mayor MacArthur,
Yes.
Councilwoman Rodriguez,
Aye.
Councilmember Starr,
Yes, regretfully, yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Teran,
Yes.
Councilwoman Basua,
Aye.
and Councilwoman Perez.
Yes.
The motion carries 7-0. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to item K8. It's from Public Works. The subject is purchase order with municipal maintenance equipment for VAC-CON for wastewater division. The recommendation is that the City Council approve and authorize the purchasing agent to execute a purchase order with municipal maintenance equipment, MME, and the amount not to exceed $779,000 $155.72 for the purchase of a VAC-CON sewer cleaning vehicle mounted on a Freightliner truck chassis for the wastewater division. Councilmember Perla, we'll go to you, then followed to Councilmember Starr.
Yes, the reason I have a question on this, I'd like to read from the page 118. Our city of Oxnard is going to buy a vehicle, but there is a California Air Resources Board has a ruling. Read the article. Read the. On January 31st, 2024, the Water Resources Division submitted its fleet of 23 vehicles, which, with a gross vehicle weight exceeding 8,500 pounds, to the California Air Resources Board, called CARB, for compliance review, and received a unique identification number. They gave a number. The division selected compliance option 1, which permits the continued purchase of internal combustion engines vehicles, provided an equal number of electric vehicles are acquired within the same calendar year. My question is this, and I appreciate having had a discussion with the Public Works Director, Mr. Wolf. When we now have to buy a new piece of equipment, it's not manufactured in electric mode, meaning they don't have, it's not batteries, and it is an internal combustion engine. It says that we need to buy to offset an electric vehicle. Do we need to get another vehicle in the GVW range? And for example, can we buy the semi-truck and then just buy a Prius and that's a wash? Or do we have to buy something that's similar in size? And if we do, the extreme expense of the electric vehicles is compelling, but we need this vehicle. I'm not against that. I support this, but I just want that aware and the public to know it, because I didn't know this. I had no idea about that.
Yeah, good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, Council Members, Michael Wolf, Director of Public Works. So there's a couple of components to this, and there are a couple ways to comply with this regulation from the state, one of which is sort of a one-for-one purchase. There's also a way to comply with this where a certain percentage of your overall fleet is transitioned from internal combustion engines to zero-emission vehicles. So there's a couple of ways to comply with this. The wastewater division is using the one-for-one compliance component, which is kind of the default component that the state has identified. And so the question that you're asking is, do we need to buy a vehicle equal to the gross vehicle weight of the vehicle that's being replaced? And the answer to that is no. It doesn't have to be an equal vehicle size. So if we're buying a vehicle of this size, which is significantly higher than the threshold that's required to be to meet the internal combustion engine conversion to a zero-emission vehicle, we can buy, for your example, a Prius if we wanted to, which we're not going to buy. But we have other smaller vehicles in the fleet for wastewater that we can purchase a zero-emissions vehicle, like a half-ton truck that we would be using as the offset for this purchase.
Okay, thank you for the explanation. That's the only question I
And,
have.
and I would add, it's not just the cost. There's obviously a huge cost component difference between zero-emission vehicles and internal combustion engines. It's also the range of those vehicles. This is a vehicle that certainly gets used quite a bit and drives around a lot during the year or during the day. And so we may have to buy, if this was an electric vehicle, we may have to buy two of them to replace one of them. Or we may not be able to do our full workload in one day because we're not able to actually charge that vehicle to get it through its current workload in one day. So it's not just the actual costs of replacing an internal combustion engine with a electric vehicle. It's the range of that electric vehicle that also could be of issue.
Thank you, Mr. Wolf. Councilmember Starr.
So I'd like to, one, make a compliment, and two, I'd like to ask a technical question. Where what I compliment you on was the financial impact that you described here. I really appreciated the fact that you looked at the fact that it is costing a lot more for a machine now, that in the past it's cost us less, and I'm not happy about that it costs us more now, but I'm pleased that you're looking at that and you're trying to understand why the prices have gone up and that you provide an explanation. So that's my compliment. My technical question is, I'm really not completely certain what a sewer cleaning vehicle is, how, in effect, how it works. Is it like a giant Roomba but underground, or what the heck is this thing? How does it actually work?
Giant Roomba. I actually kind of like that analogy. So this is a vehicle that we utilize to clean the underground pipes. And so it is a vehicle that get utilized for high pressure jetting of our sewer lines for cleaning purposes. We have a sewer management plan that we submit to the state. We do this, taking a step back. Why do we do this, right? So why do we clean the sewer lines? We are trying to avoid what is called the sanitary sewer overflows. And we mentioned that in the staff report. So in our sewer lines, we can get a buildup of certain unwanted items. Mostly that's fats, oils, and greases. We call it fog. And in those, when that gets built up over time, restaurants, things like that, it can cause sewers to back up, and that backup goes into the street, maybe into the storm drain, and then into areas that we don't want, beaches and places like that. So we're trying to avoid that to occur, and the best way to do that is inspection, video inspection, and cleaning of our underground sewer lines. And so this vehicle allows us to do that high pressure cleaning of those lines so that we can avoid those sanitary sewer overflows. So basically it's a big hydrojetter with lots of fancy hoses and high pressure systems to clean out the underground piping system.
So I assume you're probably using fresh water to power wash these things, and not the sewer water itself?
Correct.
All right.
Although obviously this is a system that gets exposed to a very corrosive environment because we're putting it down into the sewer system. So yeah.
And how long do these vehicles last, given the challenging conditions they're operating under?
So we don't typically measure the use or the longevity of this vehicle like we would a regular vehicle. We don't measure it by the miles that we drive it on the street, because you've heard us talk about replacing vehicles before. We talk about it like, how many miles have we driven this vehicle? This is a vehicle that gets operated. It drives to one place. It may sit for several hours and clean the sewers in one spot, right? And so the vehicle is actually operating, you can think of it as a PTO, a power takeoff kind of operation, where the engine is running, but the machine is actually sitting in the same spot. But the engine is running and idling, or running at RPMs to run the other pieces of equipment that are on the truck. And so we base it on the number of hours that this piece of equipment is running. And so this is a 2012. Do I remember that correctly? 2012. So this is 2012. I mean, that number of years and the number of hours that is on this, which I think you said was just under 9,000 hours, which if you actually do the calculation, I know Tim loved this calculation you did about, what was it, over 270,000 miles. If you actually convert the number of hours and the conversion of the hours to RPMs, it's about 270,000 miles on this.
So 9,000 to 270,000, so that's, what is that, 30 miles an hour?
Correct.
I just want to share a quick comment. I had the opportunity to tour the waste management facility, and I saw one of these humongous trucks. It's probably the quarter size of one. No, maybe not. I can't tell you how big it was, but I can imagine it in action, and I really would support this, the replacement, because I believe one of them was down for service at the time. I know Councilmember Perez and I did the same tour, so thank you, Director Wolf, for arranging for that. I look forward to other briefings in different divisions.
And unlike the fire department, we didn't make you put on anything. We didn't make you do their work for you. So come back again.
Yeah, you know, but it had an interesting smell. It had an interesting fragrance, but it was not as bad as I expected. So But magical, I mean, it's very interesting what's happening behind the scenes.
Yeah, Mayor Pro Tem, go ahead.
Thank you. Just a quick follow-up question. So the internal combustion engines, and maybe Mr. Beaman can help with this as well. When we look at the actual functionality and the work that this truck does, is it similar to what many of our police vehicles or our fire vehicles do, where there's a lot of idle time? I see him nodding his head yes. Just with internal combustion engines, just in general, them idling is not their most efficient use versus when they're under load, especially within a certain RPM range, depending on how they're designed or what they're supposed to be doing. But say they're idling, that and then startup is kind of the times when a lot of wear happens, when they're just sitting there not under load. Is that what we experience with these particular vehicles as well?
So not to go too far into the internal combustion engine, mostly diesels don't like to idle, right? Diesels love to be under load. Gas engines maybe like to idle a little bit better than diesel engines. And not necessarily that this vehicle sits at idle a lot, but it's not driving, 200,000 miles. It's driving to one spot, and then the RPMs is what's actually running the other pieces of equipment. And so I would say it's not similar to that where it's idling at one spot, because the engine's
it's under load.
It's under some kind of load to operate the other pieces that are on this machine. So it's a little bit different.
Yeah. Well, I appreciate Mr. Beaman doing the math on the equivalent of the distance of miles driven based on the work that it does. So I appreciate that.
That's what engineers love to do.
There you go.
Thank you. That's my question.
No problem. City Manager, Alex, you have something?
Yeah, just to add a quick comment. It's interesting the level of interest in this truck. I think that for those of you who've seen it, it's really an interesting and an impressive vehicle. I think it's, when you do the Public Works Rodeo, I think it's as exciting to kids as a fire truck. And so I've seen these in action, and I think calling it a Roomba is quite nice. I view, again, when these things are working, I view them as performing a municipal colonoscopy. Because if you really, it's what it's doing. And it's a very, very important vehicle that we all have, all governments have to have. So to me, it's not a Roomba, but Roomba's nice. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just remind me never to get a checkup at the wastewater division.
But they're free checkups, though.
Any other? Yes, sir.
With the interest in the discussion here, I think it'd be worthwhile for, a very short, public video during a council meeting. 1 minute, 2 minute. How does it work? Not just a picture of the truck with guys standing there, down with the camera, show how it works and the problems that you run into.
I will actually go one better. Councilmember Perello, we will invite everybody to our Public Works Week, and we will actually have them come into that truck, and we'll put it through the paces. So come to the Public Works Week when we have it.
You'll be going down a sewer line so we can see it going down a sewer line?
If we can, we will do that, but we will certainly be able to put people into the truck. We also will bring the camera truck, which is a separate vehicle that will show you how that camera operates in the sewer system. So.
When will this festive event take place?
It's May. I forget what week in May it is.
Madam Clerk, do we have any speakers on this item?
Mayor, we do not have any public speakers for this item.
Okay. Can we?
Move the recommended action.
I'll second.
Great. We have a first and a second. Can we get a vote?
Thank you for the presentation.
Councilmember Perallo? Yes. Mayor Pro Tem Teran?
Yes.
Councilmember Starr?
Yes.
Councilwoman Basua? Yes. Mayor MacArthur?
Yes.
Councilwoman Perez?
Yes.
Councilwoman Rodriguez?
Aye.
And the motion carries 7-0.
Great. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Wolf. We'll move to item K10. It's the Public Works Department agreement with Black Point Group Construction and Management for catch basin cleaning services. The recommendation is that the City Council approve and authorize the mayor to execute an agreement with Black Point Group Construction and Management for an initial term of 1 year from March 5, 2025 to March 4th, 2026, with the option for 4 consecutive 1-year period extensions ending March 4, 2030, for a total contract amount not to exceed $1,750,000 for for catch basin cleaning services. Councilmember Starr, I know you had some questions on this item. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. So regarding this catch basin cleaning service, as I looked through the report, I didn't see any mention of how it was done or whether it was done in the past. I'm wondering, is this something that we haven't done in the past and we're just now doing for the first time? Did we have a prior contractor that used to do this? It just wasn't any mention of this. I was wondering, is this like a new state requirement? Or?
So page 202 of the agenda, top of the page.
Did I miss it?
Black Point currently holds the contract for this and has consistently provided satisfactory service. So it's in the staff report, but it wasn't, we didn't make it very apparent. So they do hold the current contract for this. Before we were cleaning it once a year, and we have changed the scope of work. We're going to do it twice a year. That's based on the way that the storm drains have acted recently in terms of the ability to drain. So the National Pollutant Discharge Elimination System permit requires us to remove trash, or actually requires us to not have any trash actually go through it. And so the one way to address this is to do the removal of the trash through this process. It's not explicit that we have to do this, but it's sort of programmatic that we have to address trash in the storm drain system. And this is a typical way for municipalities to actually do this. And so we're changing the number of times that we clean this just based on the performance that we had in the past. So we're going from one time a year to twice a year. But Black Point is our current contractor that does this.
Okay. And doing it once a year or doing it twice a year will cost us about $350,000 a year. Was it roughly half that much when we were doing once a year, or has the prices changed quite a bit?
The prices actually went up about 50% from the previous contract. Now, the previous contract was bid a little over 3 years, a little under 3 years ago.
Okay. All right. Those are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Starr. Any other questions? Madam Clerk, do we have any public comments on this item?
Mayor, we do not have any public speakers on this item. Thank you.
Thank you.
Move the recommended action.
Thank you, Councilmember Perello. Is there a second?
Second.
Councilmember Perallo?
Yes.
Councilwoman Rodriguez?
Aye.
Councilwoman Basua? Aye. Mayor MacArthur?
Yes.
Councilwoman Bettis?
Yes.
Councilman Starr?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Teran?
Yes.
And the motion carries 7-0. Thank you.
Thank you. The next item on the agenda is item L1, Public Works Department Subject Annual Enterprise Pavement Impact Cost Reimbursement Study. The recommendation is that the City Council receive and file the Annual Enterprise Pavement Impact Cost Reimbursement Study. Any questions for Mr. Wolf on this item? Go ahead, Mayor. Go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Wolf, for this item. I think is an important one, and I do see on the staff report that it came to Public Works and Transportation Committee on February the 11th with a 3-0 vote to send forward to council. I'm wondering if you wouldn't mind just taking a few moments to provide some context to the public who may not have had the opportunity or the time to view the required video ahead of time, considering that they can't see that presentation reenacted live tonight, just out of consideration for them and full transparency, so we can just have them understand what it is we're talking about and what this report item is.
So we had a report in 2014 that identified 3 of our enterprise utility funds. That's water, wastewater, and solid waste. That report provided a analysis of a transfer, which was called an infrastructure use fee transfer of enterprise funds from the utilities to the general fund for 3 specific activities or areas: public safety, governmental facilities, and right-of-way maintenance. That report was challenged through a court lawsuit, specifically that transfer was violating the California Constitution, Article 13D. There was a judgment in that court case that says that the judge agreed with that and required the city to cease the IUF transfer, not only going forward, but also going backwards. So the city took some action in terms of reimbursing the 3 utilities from the general fund back to the utilities. City reduced the existing utility rates at the time. A couple other things that occurred. The judgment, though, as you read through the judgment, in fact, I put a couple of the quotes in the staff report. I'll use my own words, but basically the judge said, with a reasonable interpretation of the law and a reasonable, credible report, there's nothing stopping the city from actually doing a transfer going forward. And so the city hired a third-party consultant who's in the crowd today. If there's questions about the report, to put together a new report, we stripped out the public safety component of that report, and we stripped out the governmental facilities component of the report, and we specifically focused in on the pavement side of the house, the right-of-way maintenance. That report now looks at a very sort of a layperson's approach, supported by quantifiable data, and that is pavement condition index, which we talk about a lot when we're up here. We talk about and supported by the actual routes that the solid waste trucks take, the weight of the solid waste trucks, how we design streets. So that's how that report's laid out. It includes field observations of that street. We have another consultant here that actually does those field observations for us. So if we get into that kind of conversation, we have some folks here that actually do that for us, which leads to our PCI calculation. And so that report was put together, identifies the methodology of which we then calculate basically the wear and tear or the damage those utilities do on the city streets, and that calculation then gets transferred into a percentage, and then that percentage is applied to a dollar amount, and that dollar amount then gets identified to those utilities. And then right now, currently, the water and wastewater utilities do not have an IUF based on the fact that water rates were done a couple years ago, and we did not have a completed IUF. Wastewater, the last time rates were done were several years back, and we're actively looking at the cost of service analysis. So potentially going forward, there may be a new IUF in that, and then solid waste rates were done last year, and so when we brought that to council, if the council members that were here last year remember, we talked about including the IUF in that, and so that was part of that analysis. And so after the report was done, I felt necessary to bring this back to council as a receiving file. It's not an actionable item tonight, but just a receiving file. So hopefully that gives an overview.
That does. Thank you for the overview. And just the last component of that, and I don't know if the consultant would like to speak to this, or if you would do that, Mr. Wolf, but we have objective measurements by which we are looking at how the IUF in our solid waste rates was calculated. And I'm looking at the full report itself, and we have a couple tables here: residential straight impact area by solid waste collection, and then alley impact by solid waste collection. And we have linear miles, linear feet, center line feet. Just kind of as a 20,000-foot question on that, these are objective measures that we looked at to come to the calculation of what is the measurable impact or some measurable impact that our solid waste collection trucks cause to our streets and alleys. Is that correct?
Right. So we know the route that our solid waste trucks use to pick up the 3 bins, and we're talking about residential services, not necessarily commercial industrial services. So we know the route that truck takes on the residential streets or the alleys, and so we're able to identify what percentage of our residential or alleys that those trucks go on versus the totality of our residential streets and alleys as a percentage, and that's part of that calculation. We also know how we design streets, based on the number of equivalent axle loads. We design streets to meet a certain number of equivalent axle loads, and we're then able to identify how much of those equivalent axle design loads does a typical loaded solid waste truck take up. And so we're talking about a percentage of the design, then about a percentage of the streets, and that becomes a percentage of a percentage, and that calculation is done in this report.
All right, thank you. And those are my questions, Mayor.
Thank you very much. Anybody else on this side? Councilmember Starr?
I guess maybe you can make a motion first, and I'll just argue against it, and I'll say why.
Okay,
Because I don't really have many questions.
got it. Before we do that, are there any public speakers, Madam Clerk, on this item? I see one here. Any others beside Alicia Parcell?
That is correct.
Okay.
That's our only speaker.
Alicia?
Somebody's tall,
Yeah,
and it's not
blame
me.
Mr. Wolf for that.
Yeah. I do want to say it's disappointing that after losing the prior court challenge, that the prior council agreed to implement a second IUF. We've already gone on record in the court when the city attempted to amend the prior judgment to say we think this one is also a violation of Prop 218. If you take legally questionable actions, it seems pretty silly when you later complain about the court costs that result. The vehicle code does forbid charging extra fees to drive on streets beyond just licensing. When a construction company brings a flatbed truck with a bulldozer on it and they drive through town to whatever site they're going to, you don't charge them an extra fee because it's a heavy vehicle. And I don't believe you should be doing that to the utilities either. Just because there is a report that crunches some numbers that you may or may not understand and puts a lot of words around them that you may or may not understand, it doesn't mean that the report is truly calculating an actual cost to the utilities. And I'll just remind you that there was a consultant study for the last IUF too, and that didn't hold up. I think there are critiques from the peer review that have not been addressed, and I do want to point out one thing that really bugged me. The presentation for this item was claiming that the peer review concluded that the study was conservative, but that is not actually what it says. If you text search for that word in the peer review memo, it only says, NCE understands the study was directed to be conservative, and then goes on to make another point. And that's not concluding that it is conservative. It just says somebody told you to be conservative. I'm not saying whether that happened or not. So I think it's just kind of bad form to misrepresent to the council that it says something that it doesn't say in that report. So I did want to point that out. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Alicia. What's the desire of council on this one? If there's no.
We just receive and file, right?
Okay.
So I move to receive and file.
Okay, yeah.
So I'd like to kind of argue against it only because.
Hold on, yeah, there's no second. Is there a second?
There's not going to be a debate over the question, then I do want to make a comment.
Go ahead.
So years ago, of course, the city said that they had an infrastructure use fee that was legal. I said it wasn't, and I challenged it in court, and the courts agreed with me, and as a result, the city had to pay back $36.5 million from the general fund back to the city utilities, and from there were refunds that were made to ratepayers, and the rates had to be lowered. I don't believe that this cost here is a real cost of providing this service. And I get it that the city disagrees with me, and I understand that. I do think that Ms. Purcell is correct that we can't charge for vehicles in any other respect. We don't charge cars extra here for driving the roads. We don't charge trucks here extra for driving the roads. I don't think this is legal. I don't think it's going to survive a court challenge. I had much more to say, but my computer battery died. And apparently I'm going to have to bring a power cord to my future meetings. But I think there will be, I predict there will be litigation over this. And I think it would be better if we were to, and by the way, I want to apologize for something, which is that when the rate study came up in front of the council, I wasn't paying attention at the time back in last year, and it completely missed me that an IUF was put back into the rates. So I was pretty busy at the time. But now that I see it though, and it's going to be $2 million a year that we're extra charging residents for, I think, a cost that doesn't exist, or rather that isn't, authorized. I think that we're just shifting money from the utilities to the general fund because it's easier to raise rates on utilities than it is to have a vote of the people to increase taxes. So I just don't think that this is, I don't think this is the correct way to go. Like I said, I have lots of wonderful flowery notes that I had that I would love to just espouse upon, but apparently my computer disagreed with me. So that's where we stand. So I will, if there were to be a vote on to receive and file this, I'd be voting no.
Yeah, there's no vote necessary on this item, but Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Mayor. Just a quick thing, and I see Ms. McCarron's joined us as well at the podium. I asked this at committee, and I guess now would be a good time to repeat this. If things were different, if this were not a full-service city, if we had contracted out our solid waste services, is there some equivalent to this type of mechanism in having a private contractor do this work?
Yeah, you would put it, your question's two parts. So it looks like we could have a franchise agreement with a contractor to do this and charge this sort of fee through the franchise agreement fee. If we are a charter city, we could build this type of fee directly into our charter that voters would approve. Those have been upheld in court routinely. I would also like to speak to the claim that the vehicle code prohibits us from charging an IUF. And specifically, it's page 20 of the decision, paragraph 9, and I'm just going to read it verbatim. The court finds against Starr on the petition's claim that Vehicle Code Section 9400.8 bars the IUF transfers to the Street Maintenance Fund. The court finds the IUFs here are not prohibited fees for charges for hauling legal loads on streets. So we can't go, hey, every truck driver in the street, every time you come into Oxnard, you need to pay us $5 or something. We can't do that. But this is for our enterprise fund for basically the trash trucks for the wear and tear that they are producing on our residential roads. So that is allowable, and these are routinely upheld if you have a proper cost of service study and a proper fee study prepared by our consultants here that shows the actual cost of the wear and tear that the trucks are doing. Did I get your question?
That did answer my question. Thank you. And to my knowledge, members of the public through the Prop 218 process did have the ability to review this, to come to the multiple public hearings we had or public meetings, and do a formal protest written either on the form that is provided to them through the mailer, or they could just write it on a napkin or send us an email if they wanted, and so I should say send to the clerk. Is that correct, Mr. Wolf?
You're talking about the solid waste rates?
The solid waste rates when we had that come
We
before
followed the
us.
Prop 218 process for the solid waste rates.
Yes, okay, so, and I mean, anyone could do a public records request and see if anybody up here filed protests to that, as well as the many people who did, and that should be able to show that there were people who certainly did have feelings about this, as was their right under the California Constitution. And, in the end, it was not it did not meet the threshold. And we held public meetings and this went through. And I appreciate staff being transparent and bringing this forward and having this public meeting for folks to be able to see it again. So thank you. Those are my comments, Mayor.
Thank you. Any other comments on this item? Yes.
Yes.
Councilman
Having been on the council when this first came about, I need to give the fellow councilman, Mr. Starr, credit. They found something that was, and they pushed it by filing legal action, and they found something that was wrong. The city does not give up the right to try to correct and improve that, and they did. And this is a method trying to correct and improve for our ability to recover for our residents damage to our streets. Now, wanting to go to a vote for every Tom, Dick, and Harry that comes down the road that wants to do something, drive a car on the street, drive a truck with a bulldozer on it. I contend you don't drive a truck with a bulldozer on the streets because they're overweight. Having been involved in that business, you got to get permits. The issue on this particular thing, I support this. I support our city for not rolling over and quitting to protect the residents of our city, and that's what this is. Somebody's got to fix the streets. And if the majority of wear and tear on the streets comes from specific actions that are taken, and we can recover legally, as the courts have said, if we do it correctly. So what this amounts to is something was done in the past, it was done incorrectly, it was found in court. There is an ability to do it correctly, and this is the first step. I appreciate this action that we're doing and support it.
Do you have another comment, Councilmember Starr?
Actually, no.
No, okay.
No, I don't think this is going to, I don't think it's going to survive a court challenge. And I'll just leave it at that.
Just a follow-up question for the consultants. Has this been implemented, a similar study like this, in another jurisdiction, another city, and has it been contested in any way, or is this something that's been accepted?
So I can answer that,
Sure.
Mr. Mayor. So the charging of IUF for street repairs is pretty standard across
Okay.
a lot of agencies. The methodology of which you calculate that can vary across different agencies. And so, Eric, I don't think you have done this, or you have done this in other places. Maybe you want to speak to how many you've done before. So,
Thank you, Eric, for your time. Yeah.
Hi there, my name is Eric Helgeson. I'm a principal at Bartle Wells Associates, and we performed the IUF study, the updated study. A number of cities do have the IUFs. We've performed several of them. Our focus is primarily water, wastewater, solid waste rate, 218 rates, and so really looking at proportionality and trying to apply 218 consistent approaches. And in this specific case, the level of detail we went to, especially on the water and sewer portion, was much more detailed than we've done before and other studies have. The solid waste approach is fairly standard for agencies that have the solid waste portion in their IUF.
Thank you. Thank you for that.
Mr. Mayor? Let me
Yes.
just add to this discussion, because there's a larger principle here. So things like the IUF occur in cities that have their own utilities, right? So if you're a contract city and you have a private corporation, then it's usually handled with a franchise fee. And the principle at play is, especially with garbage, these large, heavy trucks do routes every week, cover the majority of the city. They do cause, it's not about some random Joe in a pickup truck doing a small job. It is constant, consistent, routine. The damage has to be repaired. So for these companies that have what are virtually near monopolies, right, on the private sector side, they have virtual monopolies on these markets. And that's why we have, in those cases, their franchise fees. Now, I know not everyone believes in franchise fees either, but the business that they conduct here, that they make money here, does cause different damage to the roads of any city, and it's got to be paid for. So that's the larger principle here. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. If there are no further comments, we'll move to the next item on the agenda, which is item L2. This is for the Finance Department. The subject fiscal year 2024-25 mid-year budget. The recommendation is that the City Council, one, receive an update on fiscal year 2024-25 revenue and expenditure projections for major funds, and number two, approve budget amendments to the General Fund 101, Street Maintenance Infrastructure Use Fee Fund, 105, Special Districts Fund, 120, Transportation Development Act Fund, 212, Capital Outlay Fund, 301, Developer and Other Deposits Fund, 541, Environmental Resources Operating Fund, 631, Public Liability and Property Insurance Fund, 701, and the Facilities Maintenance Fund, 735, as explained in the report. Any council members have any questions on staff on this item?
I don't have a question, but when it comes time for the motion, I'm going to want to divide the question, and I'll tell you how that, at that point.
That's good, thank you. Madam Clerk, are there any public speakers on this item?
Mayor, we do not have any public speakers for this item. Thank you.
Thank you. If there are no speakers, do any council members have any comments or discussion? Okay. Go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
Well, I would like to give Javier the opportunity just to share a little bit, just so the public has context on what this is here, since they can't see a presentation for this either.
Good evening, Javier Chagoyen Lázaro, Chief Financial Officer with the City of Oxnard, and we also have Tanya Williams is our Budget Manager, and we have some of the departments head of the city also available for any question about the different items that are in the report. This is a process that the city follows every year, and around the end of November, we ask all the departments to provide, to start looking at the information of what they expect that they're going to end the fiscal year. So it's an exercise of looking at this is what we're doing and compare where they are in the budget and try to make an extrapolation what is going to happen at the end of the fiscal year. Through that process, some departments also identify additional needs that they didn't anticipate during the budget process. So it's also an opportunity that we bring to City Council for the departments to have a request for those additional resources. And as you can see in the report, it's not just an opportunity just for us for more. That process also includes a revision where we can find additional revenue, or we can areas also where we can just adjust expense down as well through the fiscal year. So that exercise is coordinated by Tanya, our budget manager, and it's in coordination with all the departments in the city. And the result of that process is the report that we just bring to City Council.
Thank you. And for a mid-year budget review or revisit, this is fairly standard routine halfway through the fiscal year. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Yes. And as you mentioned, there are certainly items that we can do our best to budget out for the over the course of the fiscal year, but we may find that we're on track, but we also may find that necessary duties or activities or programming that we need to do or services that we need to provide may be outpacing what that budgeted amount is for the fiscal year, which is where the request would come at the mid-year budget point at this projection. We may need to adjust for this. Is that correct?
That's correct. And there could be new legislation, new norms that we have
Sure.
to comply that were not in place at the beginning of the fiscal year, or they were not in place at the time that we were preparing the budget for the following fiscal year, and that we have to comply, and then therefore we have to find the resources to comply with those rules as well.
Thank you. And my last question is, in the previous fiscal year, it was realized that we'd have approximately a $35 million surplus. And I know it was well publicized and stated in a number of public meetings on the record what that $35 million went toward. But if you wouldn't mind just summarizing the long-term debt and then the reserves contributions we made, but then also the 5 or so million that was left is what we're looking at here tonight, right? So if you just share a little bit about the 20 million, the 9 or 10 million, and then the remaining 5 million.
When we came last time to City Council, we were anticipating and that was during the budget process. We were anticipating in the general fund specifically a surplus of $35 million. It came out a little bit higher than that at the end of the fiscal year, and we'll be sharing that information in the next couple of weeks when we provide the audited financial statements. At that time, the staff was recommending the City Council to make certain allocations of that surplus funds, and all that was included in those reports. The first is to accelerate building the operating reserves. Like the city had a reserve policy that has a target to reach 16.6% by fiscal year 27-28. The surplus that we identified last year for the general fund allow us to meet that goal sooner. And that was the first recommendation. Let's build the reserves. Let's put that aside. Let's put that rainy day all the way to the full. That was the first step. And that basically required around, if I remember correctly, around 7 million of that 35 million that we were estimating. The second recommendation was to address the long-term pension debt for the city. The city, as part of the California public system, has a big liability that is in our books, and that is owed to the employees and current retirees. So in order to address that long-term debt, the recommendation was to apply $20 million to that. And that was made with two ways. One was to make a payment directly to CalPERS, what is called an advance payment. And the other part that we also will be bringing to council pretty soon is the implementation 115 trust, where to put to fund both for pension and other post-employment benefits, or that is also called OPEB. So those actions basically will also make good use of that surplus. In addition to that, there was like a one-time request that they were kind of identified through the budget process that allows basically just there was a conversation here at City Council about capital projects, and there was an additional $900,000 that was applied to the actual CIP. Through the fiscal year, there's been some actions that have been coming through City Council that have been kind of requesting use of some of those resources as the departments needed that they needed to be used. So that's kind of a high-level summary of what the use of that surplus.
Great. Thank you very much. Those are my questions, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilman Perillo.
Thank you very much for the presentation and the work that you've done here and your staff. I appreciate everybody in finance. If we don't have the money, the wheels don't run. So thank you very much. Earlier in the evening, we had a bit of information given to us about the need to increase the public liability and property insurance fund. Can you explain why we need to put money in that and what this fund is used for? Public liability and property insurance fund. I see Mr. Moore is gone, but he's here. Okay, maybe he can help. But I think it would be beneficial for the public to hear this.
Yeah, definitely. I'll give it a try, and I'm sure Mike can just step in.
I didn't see you, Michael. I'm sorry.
To make sure that I'm not misrepresenting anything. But basically, we track in two separate funds all the claims related to general liability for the city, and also for all the workers' compensation related liabilities for the city. What we have observed is that the number of claims and the dollar amount of those claims has it's been significantly at the end of in the middle of the fiscal year. It's coming much higher than we were anticipating. So if those claims follow the same trend that we have seen so far in this fiscal year, with the amount that is allocated in the budget, we're not going to have enough funds to cover for all those claims. So the recommendation that is in front of council is trying to based on the best estimate that the staff has done, based on the trend of those claims, to cover for those potential future claims for the fiscal year.
Okay. Mr. Moore, do you want to add anything to that?
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Perillo, what Javier said is correct, and I would attribute the request for additional funds to a number of very large claims that have settled during this fiscal year, many of which we've discussed in closed session that are high dollar claims, and so that has pushed us over our budget. All of these claims have been reserved for in our liability reserve, so we're just moving the cash over to pay it in the current fiscal year, and then our liabilities are lower because we paid those claims out. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, both of you. Thank you very much. That's all I have.
Thank you. Any other comments on this side? Councilmember Starr, do you have anything you want to add?
So I guess what I'd like to do is, I assume we're going to make a motion to adopt this. So I want to divide that question, or divide that motion rather. So the street maintenance infrastructure use fee revenue and the corresponding environmental resources operating fund expense for $1,024,234. One is expense, one is for revenue. I'd like to vote on that separately from the rest of it, because I do intend to vote no on that, because I don't think we can legally charge that.
So just separate that item out?
You'll have two votes. One vote is for everything else, and the other vote is for the two funds, the IUF related, so the street maintenance infrastructure use fee and the environmental resources operating fund.
Just clarification, Mayor. Are we separating number one and number two, or you're breaking down item number two into multiple spots?
So basically, basically the Fund 105 and Fund 631, I want to vote those on as a pair, and then vote for the rest of them in one vote. I mean, I think the methodology that went into developing this looks fine.
Yeah.
I think the numbers are great. They make sense. I just can't vote for the infrastructure use fee portion of it. So that's why I want to divide that so we can do that.
So you're making a motion now? You don't want to just make a motion?
So I guess the motion is to adopt staff's proposal.
Okay.
And then I'm making a demand that it be divided. So I guess first, if you can second the motion, and then what I'll do is I'll ask for it to be divided. So I'll make the motion that we adopt staff's report, if someone will second that first.
Yeah, I will second that.
Okay. And then I will make a motion that to divide, actually my motion is a demand to divide this so that the changes to Fund 105 and the change to Fund 631 are a separate vote. They're together, but they're a separate vote from the rest.
Okay.
Just
That's
a
fine.
question, Mayor.
Yes.
City Attorney, couldn't we just take those two, basically cherry pick those two out, put them aside without having to go through multiple motions?
So I'd like to address a couple parliamentary points here. So the good book provides at chapter 47, verse 35, that you don't need to take a vote to receive or file something. So that's what we went through on L1. So that deals, I think, with the first part of Councilman Starr's request. So on the second request, what he's asking for is a division of the question. So he's basically saying that in item 2 of the recommendation, each of those funds could be treated as a standalone item that could be voted on separately, and whether one falls or not, it doesn't matter for the rest of them. So that is appropriate, and in this case, I think he's viewing it as a circumstance where he can't just demand it, he has to make a motion for it. So in that...
I think I can demand it under...
Well, you'd asked for a second, so...
Well, no, ask for a second on the main motion.
Okay.
And then what I'm doing is I'm just simply demanding that the motion then be divided, which in this case I can do. And actually, Ms. Purcell is actually a professional registered parliamentarian. I think she would point you to 2710. Thank you. So
I thought you said you wanted a second. So
only on the first motion, which I got.
okay, so
He's got a second from Mayor Pro Tem on the first motion, but he wants to separate items 105 and 631.
Just make it real quick. I just want 2 votes. I don't think it'll take long.
which is essentially what you were getting at, Councilmember Perrello, that just asking to separate that out.
He could have done it. Okay, thank you. Could have been cleaner.
Yeah, Mayor Pro Tem, do you have something?
Oh, I was just going to add, I have no issue with Councilmember Starr's request. So I'm happy as I second the main motion he made, and if he's doing the demand to separate those out, I have no problem with that.
Okay. Thank you. Can we take a vote on the on what's on the table now, and then we'll do a second on this.
Do you want to vote on everything else first, and then the 2 items that I want separate? That works.
Okay, just for the record, we have no public speakers in person or virtually, and then we'll start with Councilman Starr.
Yes on the items except for those 2, yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Teran.
Yes.
Councilwoman Perez.
Yes.
Councilwoman Rodriguez.
Aye.
Councilwoman Basua. Mayor MacArthur.
Yes.
And Councilmember Perallo.
Yes.
And that motion carries 7-0. And then if we can take a vote for the IUF, separating funds 105 and 631.
Correct. Yep.
And we will start with Mayor Pro Tem Teran.
Yes, to approve.
Councilwoman Perez.
Yes.
Councilwoman Rodriguez.
Aye.
Councilman Starr.
No.
Councilwoman Basua. Mayor MacArthur.
Yes.
Councilmember Perallo.
Yes.
And the motion carries 6-1 with Councilmember Starr voting no on Fund 105 and 631.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And I appreciate all of staff being here to entertain any questions that we might have. Also, just like to make a motion that we're coming up on 10 o'clock.
I'll second.
Motion.
Okay. We got a motion.
Yeah, I'll second.
We have a second by Mayor Pro Tem. Can we get a vote on that?
Okay, Councilwoman Rodriguez.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Teran.
Yes.
Councilwoman Perez.
Yes.
Councilman Starr.
Yes.
Councilwoman Basua. Mayor MacArthur.
Yes.
Councilmember Perallo.
Yes.
And the motion carries 7-0.
Thank you. We'll go now to item L3. This is from the Human Resources Department. Memorandum of Understanding between the Oxnard Public Safety Managers Association. The recommendations that the City Council, the City of Oxnard adopted a resolution approving the attached tentative agreement between the City of Oxnard and the Oxnard Public Safety Managers Association, otherwise known as OPSMA, that are proposed to be integrated with the terms of the existing Memorandum of Understanding MOU between the City and OPSMA. The integrated document shall be the successor MOU for the term July 1st, 2024 through June 30th, 2027. Any council members have any questions of Mr. Navu on this item? Madam Clerk,
We have one speaker.
We have one speaker.
Mr. Littell.
Thank you. Prior to the speaker, Mr. Navu, if you wouldn't mind also just giving a quick summary of what we have in front of us, just so we have that for transparency.
Sure. Thank you, Councilman Teran. Steve Naveau, Human Resources Director. So the item before you tonight is to approve a memorandum of understanding with the Oxnard Public Safety Managers Association. It's for a 3-year term. It covers the items that we have in the agenda item, from salary increases, standby pay, holiday hours, et cetera. The total percent increase over the term of the contract is 15.09%. I don't think I gave a description of who's in this bargaining unit. So this bargaining unit consists of police commanders, assistant police chiefs, fire battalion chiefs, and assistant fire chiefs.
Thank you.
Okay. Yep.
Thank you. Mr. Patel? Thank you, Ray.
Thank you. Mayor, council members, city staff. It is stated in the agenda packet that the total estimated cost of this package for the Oxnard Public Safety Managers Association for the 3-year period is $869,121. This again is misleading and a misrepresentation of the truth. Two costing methodologies are listed in the packet: labor costing and budget costing. The city of Oxnard likes to use the labor costing methodology to describe the total estimated cost. This method depicts how much the benefit package costs will increase every year. These cost increases, or cost deltas, are then summed to derive a total. But this is only a summation of the annual cost deltas and neglects the compounding effect, which would include the cost of the prior years added to the current year. The second costing method listed is the budget methodology. This method represents the true total cost of the benefit package to the taxpaying public. I have personally demonstrated to a council member and a city manager how this works using a simple example of the increasing cost of a gallon of gasoline over a 3-year period. However, this demonstration again is falling on deaf ears and blind eyes as the city staff continues to misrepresent the true total cost of the benefit packages for their labor unions. The city can play around with this so-called labor methodology all at once. However, when it comes time to describing how deeply the city will be reaching into the taxpayers' pockets, I think the city should finally come clean. To be perfectly open and transparent to the council and the taxpaying public, the first sentence of the paragraph titled Financial Impact should read as follows. The total estimated cost of this package for OPSMA for the 3-year period is $1,714,859. Thus, the true total cost of the package for a 3-year period is over 97% greater than the city has claimed in the agenda packet. As a matter of fact, even the budget methodology of $1,714,859 does not paint the total picture. Recall that the values listed are delta values. The value listed for the 24-25 in the agenda packet is the increase over and above the value for 23-24. Therefore, one must add the prior delta cost, that is, from the 23-24 delta cost, and even the prior years. Make no mistakes, this council will approve this just as they have every year. But here's the thing. I can stand up here and speak for 3 minutes on this issue until I turn blue, and the city refuses to change. However, the seven of you can sit up there and compel the city to finally tell the truth. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Patel. Do we have any additional speakers?
Mayor, that actually concludes all of our speakers in person and virtually. Thank you.
Yeah, go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. Mr. Naveau, I'm wondering if you wouldn't mind taking a moment to explain. There is actually a slide in the presentation as well as some extended information in the agenda report regarding the labor methodology versus the budget methodology. I appreciate that being placed in the reports itself, but if you have some additional information you can share on that.
Yeah, so Mr. Patel is correct. As we show in the agenda item, under the budget methodology, it is 1.714859. So we have the same number. We show the labor methodology as a year over year because technically these could be 1-year contracts. And when you negotiate contracts like this, the opposing side, that's how they look at it, is they look at it as each individual year and then what's the increase in the next year. And that's how labor people do it. That's how labor professionals do it. That's how the bargaining units would see it. And that's why we show both ways, because finance people look at it a particular way where it would be 1.7. Labor folks would look at it as it's a year over year increase in the contract. So each year becomes your new base year is how they visualize it. So I'm trying to kind of appease both. You have the employee groups, the unions, they'll see it one way, whereas budget folks will see a cumulative effect of 1.7.
All right, thank you for that. And just as a side note, I appreciate the analogy of increasing of gas prices. I thought those were supposed to go down. I haven't seen that yet, but all right. Those are my comments. Thank you.
Okay. Councilmember Star?
Yeah, I guess me being a finance sort of person, I'm always going to look at it from the budget methodology standpoint. So I think that really should be the primary number that gets presented. It's okay to have the labor number there as well, but I think to really understand the true cost to all of us, it really is, it's the money out of your pocket, and it really is $1.7 million. It isn't $869. So I think just, I don't need to die on this hill, but my preference would be that in future reports, just lead with the budget methodology. You want to include the labor methodology as well? You know, be my guest. But I got to look at what is this really costing taxpayers, and to kind of give you an idea of what one of the reasons why I'd have trouble with the labor methodology is, well, let's say for example right now, let's say you have $1,200,000 increase in year one, $1,200,000 increase in year two, $1,200,000 in year three. Well, really, it's $1.2 million, it's $2.4 million, and it's 3.6. So I added those up together. I think that's 7.2 million. So it's not $1.2 million times 3.6. It's 7.2 million. But imagine if you were to say, hey, we're increasing this compensation in January. Well, that's a $100,000 increase in January. Well, we're not increasing any more during the year, so the cost for all of the year ends up being only $100,000 because we're not counting what it's costing us for the rest of the year. And then you're saying, okay, well, the next time we do an increase of $100,000 per month in year two, then you say, okay, well, that's only really a $100,000 increase because the rest of the year, that's all built in. And then, so you could wind up, if you do that in 3 years, you can come up with a small number of $300,000 if you do it that way. But it's not reality. And I get that this labor methodology is for your negotiations. But at the end of the day, I think Mr. Blattel has a point. It really is the full amount. So let's just report on that, and make it our headline number. I do want to talk about the merits of this proposal, which I am in favor of it. I see one of the problems here is that since we're talking about middle management here, or I'm sorry, the safety managers, the problem that we're having today, as I understand it, is that the folks that are working under them, they're earning lots of overtime. Kind of the differential between what they're able to make versus what these managers are able to make gets smaller and smaller. And it's harder to get someone to take on that job when they can just stick around and just, get the overtime rates. So to get rid of this, I guess it's a compression of wages. I don't know what you want to call that. But to address that, it does make sense to increase the wages of these managers. What's not really being addressed, and this is the big problem, I think, that the elephant in the room is that we're paying a ton of overtime. And some of that has to do with the fact that we're having trouble with recruiting enough people, so people are forced to work overtime. But in the long run, I hope that what we can do is address that aspect. I'm not saying I've got a solution. I know lots of smarter people than me are trying to figure this out. But I hope that at some point we can figure that out so we can bring overtime rates to a more reasonable level. And then we don't have these conversations about having to avoid this compression of wages. So that's my position, and I will be voting in favor of this when it comes time for that motion.
Okay. Well, I make a motion to adopt it. Yeah, do you have any? Yes, I'm sorry, Miss somebody?
Oh, thank you. No, thank you for shining a light on several of the points that you just shared. Am I mistaken? I believe that there's been an overtime evaluation or an assessment. When was the last time that a study has been done in regards to, no, not for this specific case?
Are you talking just for police or fire or both?
Well, I believe this applies to both, right? Because
Yes.
I believe historically there's been a study of the overtime compensation versus hiring additional folks. Am I mistaken, maybe?
Are you speaking of like for fire, how they run kind of a constant staffing model?
Well, when was the last time that we have evaluated like our ability or long-term sustainability of paying folks overtime? Maybe I'm crossing my wires with police and not fire. Thank you, Chief.
I'm just kind of going off the top of my head, but I believe it was about 7 or 8 years ago, the city finance office contracted an independent firm to review the use of overtime.
Correct. So about 6 or 7 years ago, there was a firm that was evaluating the use of overtime, right?
It was at least that. It was, my guess is it was prior to 2018.
So I think there's several issues that my counterpart here is shining a light on. Is yes, folks have to or maybe raise their hand to do overtime, and the reason why this is so needed is because middle management doesn't have those same opportunities, right? Where you become exempt, and it's kind of a catch-22, at least for our budget.
I think you're referring to the compaction between
Yes, the compaction.
sergeant and the manager rank. That's correct.
Okay. So I think it's a much bigger picture. It's retaining talent. It's making sure that we're giving a fair living wage, and also I think it'd be important for us to evaluate how practical it would be for us to take a different route. But thank you very much for addressing that. And again, it was from memory, just based on what was shared. Thank you.
Thank you. We have Mayor Pro Tem, and Mr. Peralta, you'll follow in there. Yeah.
I already got an opportunity to speak. I'm willing to let Councilmember Peralta go first. Oh, okay, well, just very quickly, Councilmember Starr brought up a few points. Just one for clarification, and I see we have both chiefs here. It was mentioned about the challenges in recruitment. Just so it's clear, it's not necessarily that the city of Oxnard itself has a challenge in recruiting, but I'll lean first on Chief Benitez as far as the profession of policing itself is experiencing a lull or challenges in recruiting new officers to the profession itself. Is that correct?
That is 100% correct. It's not just a statewide issue, but it is a national issue. In fact, I even heard a bit on KNX yesterday about this in Los Angeles, for example. Very, very significant problem. But most agencies across the state are suffering from a lack of applicants. People do not want to do this job as much as they did 7 years ago. Our case, 2017, we had about 1,300 applicants for a police officer. I believe it bottomed out in 2023 at about just over 600 applicants. So that gives you an idea of what we've got coming in. High vacancy rates are plaguing this industry.
Yeah, and I would imagine that leads to, or it exacerbates the issue of overtime for our, our police officer level and corporal level and sergeant level staff. Is that correct?
It's exactly that, because one of the core functions is to field shifts of first responders. And when you have vacancies, you have to have overtime to staff those shifts, which you cannot not staff. And so backfill overtime for those vacancies is the primary driver for police overtime. At least I can say that for our department.
And as it is germane to this particular item, when we get to the commander level, we talked about compaction already, but if we have fewer applicants coming into the profession to start with, you can see how that will have a ripple effect as it goes rising up through the ranks there. Is that correct?
It does, and what you could foreseeably have is situations where people do not want to be managers in a particular agency, which means then the agencies are now looking outside of their own agency to recruit mid-level managers and above. You can typically see that for chiefs on occasion, but for mid-managers, that's very troubling when you have to go to the middle echelon of your agency to staff it, because nobody wants to be a manager in the agency.
Yeah, thank you for that. I appreciate that. And then Chief Hamilton, I don't know if there's another perspective we can have on fire and how it pertains to recruitment and retention at the frontline levels or at the entry levels, and then how that speaks to the battalion chief level.
Yeah, Mayor Pro Tem, thank you for your question. So for recruitment, we from the last academy we did to the academy before, we actually dropped about 30% in the number of applicants. So it was a significant drop. Thankfully, we still saw quality applicants at the top of the list. And so we were very fortunate to get top quality candidates coming through. At the moment, we've done very well in terms of morale and esprit de corps, where we haven't seen a lot of folks leave. And so we're actually looking to delay our next academy till the beginning of 2027 because we have only a very small amount of vacancies. Obviously, as those vacancies creep up, that's when we're going to start having overtime impacts. But yeah, we, of our chief officer ranks to which this MOU relates to, 6 or 7 of them will be retiring in the next 3 to 5 years. And so it's very important for us to maintain that continuity moving up the ranks.
Thank you. And I know Chief Benitez stepped away. For both of you, you could just nod your heads yes if you'd like. We're speaking to the mic. But I imagine when you have fewer applicants coming into the agencies, we are having this, not never-ending battle of retirees and then resignations and then people leaving the profession altogether. And we don't have the feed coming in to backfill that as time goes on. And I believe our commander level and our battalion chief level are probably at a midpoint or at a point in their careers where retirement is probably not too far off for a number of them, correct? Okay. All right.
Yeah, just to that point, one of the things, the way we tried to structure this, and HR Director Nouveau was very good at sort of creating a little bit of a gap between top step captain and top step battalion chief, in the hope that we can get folks that will move into those positions and stay in them for quite some time. So that was part of the goal that we're trying to address with this MOU.
Thank you. And the last thing I'll say, it just occurred to me with Chief Hamilton's, one of his statements, and I've heard it from Chief Benitez as well, is that we are, yes, as an agency like many other agencies across the nation, we have a number of high vacancies, or we have a high vacancy rate, and it fluctuates. But I appreciate both of you really seeking out and bringing on board high quality candidates and not just filling warm bodies just for the sake of filling those positions. That certainly shows your dedication to this community and making sure that we have high quality candidates who will our community will be well served by them and what they're going to do for our agencies.
That's a very strong point for us. We would rather take the vacancies than hire substandard employees, because in the end, you end up, it causes more harm than good, and you can radically change the culture of your department by doing that. So we will not do that. We will not compromise.
Thank you.
Thank you. Absolutely. Councilmember Pearl.
Yes, just a couple of points. I agree with Councilman Starr completely on trying to do away with overtime. Mine's a little bit differently. The cost is a big deal, but I want a policeman and a fireman rested. I don't want them having to work all the hours, because I know that when I've been on jobs where you're working more than 12 hours, back to back, you make mistakes. And the types of mistakes that can be made, we just had an explanation. We haven't had them here, but we just had an explanation about why we have to increase our insurance. So I understand completely about the deal about overtime. And it's not to gyp somebody out overtime. But the question that I have, we've had the Speaker, Mr. Blattel, come up multiple times and bring the issue up about how the money is addressed and how it is presented, the funds. And I appreciate Mr. Nouveau, but you're showing both sides. Give me a reason why we don't do it as Mr. Blattel is saying. Is it, and I apologize, give me a reason, and I'm wondering, is it simply as a statement, Mr. Blattel, to, I think he said somewhat, appease the unions? It's how they look at it, or maybe it was you, somehow that came up. And the people that work for the city are extremely important. We had Speaker call in a while back, protecting the people that work here. But the people that pay the bills for the city, that employ the workers that work here, are as extremely important. And Mr. Blattel brings up a point that they should know what the actual costs are. But you show both sides. Why do we, give me a devil's advocate, why are we not doing it the way he is describing?
Sure. So
Please.
I think, we are showing both ways of doing it.
Agreed.
I think the point is well taken of, we can lead with that budget methodology. Lead with that, but then still put the labor methodology under it and still explain it. That's not an issue. We can switch how we're doing that in future contracts.
Is there a rationale why we wouldn't do that? We can do that, as you've just said, but is there a rationale why we couldn't? Maybe the city manager can help, or somebody. Why?
Yeah, to be quite honest, I looked at it as we're showing both. I didn't think of it in terms of I should, headline or lead with this number versus that number. I looked at it as I'm presenting both numbers here. So I didn't really get what that difference is. To me, I felt that was being transparent. I'm showing both costs, or how you can cost it both ways. Okay. And at the end of the day, come out with the same percentage increase to payroll at the end of the contract.
Because in my mind, I try to come up with an idea something that would make some sense about how I look at things. I fill up my car, $60. Fill up my car, $60. It's $60. It's not the third time that I fill up the car, it's $180. It's $60 when I fill up the car.
Sure.
And I was wondering, and it's obviously not making a click here, but it isn't just to silence Mr. Blattel, but he brings up a good point. We have a council member that's bringing it up also, and I just wanted to get an explanation. I think that, staff can talk it out and figure out, do we change that? Does it take an act of God, or are we breaking any rules? Are we going to get the unions mad? I don't want to get everybody mad, but being a little easy to understand maybe would be helpful.
Yeah, no, and that's not a problem. I mean, the unions look at it, they look at each year discreetly because frankly, they can, put out, we just want a 1-year contract. If you do a 1-year contract, well, that's now your base year. They negotiate another 1-year contract. You don't ramp them up the way you would in the budget methodology if it's a 1-year discrete contract each time, and yet that cost over time could still be kind of what you show in that budget methodology, but you wouldn't present it that way because it's a 1-year contract. So that's some of the thinking on the labor side, why they look at it more each year as a discrete year and not as something that's compounding.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Rodriguez had a question.
Well, I would like to carry on with the conversation and move on with your agenda, but the one only point I wanted to make was my concern with changing the headline and giving that compound possibility is that if there's a negotiation and that now promise for 3 years or whatnot is inaccurate, then we're back to square one. So just plain devil's advocate, changing the headline potentially could not solve our problem at the end of the day, right? So there's no guarantees that that will actually be the number is basically my other point, but I would like to carry on with the conversation.
Good. One of the strongest things that I learned when I got on the council years ago, don't make a mistake, Bert, don't make a mistake. I got on the council and I asked a question about labor negotiations, and it was like this: we're going to automatically go this way, we're going to automatically go that way. And of course, Mr. Parolo, you understand when we start with labor negotiations, we start from zero. We start from zero. What does that mean? It means that you can go where you want to go, and you can start with the assumption that an individual working for the city is making X. And then if you want to increase it, you go X plus, instead of going from zero to try to get to X. But when you start negotiations with labor, correct me if I'm wrong, it starts from zero. Basically, there's no guarantee, when the contract is over, there's no guarantee that the person is making the same as he was making the day before the contract expired.
I mean, that is correct. When you start negotiations, everything is on the table.
And I still remember that because I was like, whoa, how did I not know that?
Sure.
Thank you. That's all.
Thank you. Councilmember Starr?
Yeah, just to clarify some things, and by the way, I didn't see that there was anything nefarious about your one method versus the other. I just think that the headline number should be what the real total outlay would be. It's hard to talk at this time of night. So one thing I'd like to point out, which I think is very good, I think you do a good job at this, is that while I guess while the employees get 5% raises each year, it's within a range.
Correct.
And you've established the range. If they hit the top of the range, that's it. They stay there until at some point if we change the range again. So I think that your approach has been very good. I think it kind of pushes back a little bit, which I think we need to do sometimes. So I just want to compliment you on that. I do have a request. Maybe this be a future agenda item, maybe it's some sort of study or something, but I don't know. I'd like to believe that maybe there are some agencies out there, and maybe they have circumstances that are unique to them, but I assume there are some agencies out there where their overtime is not as high as ours. Or it may turn out that ours are pretty low compared to others. I don't know, but it would be nice to have some sort of comparison with other agencies, what their experience has been with overtime costs, and maybe there's some best practices that others are doing that we can take advantage of and just bring these numbers down. I want to, so that's a request. I do want to point out that based on my conversation with Chief Benitez was it yesterday, I think it was, it seems like you're doing a better job of recruiting now, and you're able to get people to go through the academies, and it sounds like we're kind of on our way to addressing this shortage in the long haul. So I think we're heading in the right direction there. I think one of the challenges that we have is, and Bert Perillo is absolutely right, the biggest concern, more than the money, is having people who are so tired that they can't do their job well, or they can do it where sometimes you have to make snap decisions. And I'm sure that if you're on the clock in hour 12, maybe your decisions aren't as good as they were at hour 1. So for public safety purposes, being able to figure out ways to reduce overtime, I think would be helpful. I think one of the things that problems that we've created for ourselves over the years, I mean, there used to be a time when we had a less generous retirement program in the state, and people worked many more years as a result because they couldn't retire earlier. And now that they can, they do. And I mean, I'd love to retire at 50 or mid-50s. I'm in my 60s now, and I still have many years of work ahead of me, but I like doing what I do, so it's okay. But part of the problem with these retirements is that we're losing experienced officers, and what you don't want is you don't want just all rookies, because they don't have the experience and they haven't built up all those judgment decisions that somebody who's been on the job 10 years, 15 years, 20 years, or dare I say 30, that have. So I think it's a problem we've created for ourselves, and we're just going to have to deal with it as best we can. But those are all my comments.
Thank you. Yes, Councilwoman Basul.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't want to, I'm going to say this comment as far as the labor and the budget mythology. I personally appreciate it, and the reason I like that staff brings this is, for example, as we get into our budget, we're going to see that 5.31 is going to be because of this labor. So we're going to see an additional 5.31. The following year, we're going to see an additional whatever that is. So to me, it makes perfect sense because I'm looking on a year-to-year basis. And correct me if I'm wrong, but the way we budget is we take what we had this year and we take those numbers in order to get our budget for the next second year, third year, fourth year. So in order to better utilize this and for public viewing purpose, I think the way that this is presented is the proper way. And it's just, what I've seen over the years working in government, and it just makes it's easier to explain to the general public.
Thank you. Well, I move to adopt the item as recommended by staff. Is there a second on this item?
I will second.
So we have a first and a second. Madam Clerk, can we get a vote?
Mayor MacArthur,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Teran,
Yes.
Councilwoman Rodriguez,
Aye.
Councilmember Starr,
Yes.
Councilwoman Basua,
Aye.
Councilmember Perallo,
Yes.
Councilwoman Bettis,
Yes.
and the motion carries 7-0. Thank you.
Thank you. The next item on the agenda is item L4, Public Works. Subject grant application to the Outdoor Recreation Legacy Partnership Grant Program for Durley Park Improvement Project. The recommendation from staff is that the City Council approve and authorize, one, the submission of a grant application to the Outdoor Recreation Legacy Partnership Grant Program in an amount not to exceed $6 million with a 1-to-1 match requirement that is currently funded by a state grant for the Durley Park Improvement Project. City Manager designee to execute the grant agreements, Finance Director or designee to submit financial reports, grant claims, and approve budget appropriations for the use of grant funds, and Public Works Director or designee to submit non-financial reports. Any council members have any questions of staff on this item? No. Yes, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, Mr. Wolf. Just as with the other items, if we can get just a quick summary, either from yourself or staff, on what we have in front of us. And I'm not shy in saying that I enjoy when these come to us because when we're looking at bicycle and pedestrian infrastructure, it's something that is certainly one of my priorities. So appreciate this coming forward. But if we have a quick summary, just for transparency.
Okay, so this is a grant application for Durley Park. We have an existing grant for this project.
Excuse me on that.
That's okay.
I was ready to go home.
I was trying to
I'm
help
moving
you-
us ahead
yeah.
one item.
Just trying to help you roll into this one a little bit.
Yes. Same question. Can we summarize the Durley Park grant, which explains why Mr. Hummel came up to the front row on this one too?
So we do have an existing grant for this project. We got it a couple years back for design of this project. As we get through the design and the outreach, we're noticing with the inflation that we're seeing across lots of different industries, the estimates for what the community wanted, what the original design grant required, we are seeing a potential budget shortfall with the estimates. And so we are recommending that we go after an additional grant to go ahead and finish we can finish the design with the money, but we want to construct what the community is asking for. And we think in order to do that, we'd like to supplement the current grant that we have with potential going after another grant. Now, what that means is that we would extend the timeline for this project to try to get that second grant. So this staff report lays out that timeline a little bit and makes a recommendation to go after that second grant to potentially fill that funding gap that we are estimating if we do bid it out with its current full design elements.
Thank you. And I appreciate the transparency in the agenda report and on the presentation. In adjusting timelines, if we wouldn't mind just sharing, if in going for this grant, there's a potential for a project delay of about 1 year. Can we just share the logistics behind, why that is? And it says very clearly that, that may be worth the chance of receiving an additional $6 million, but if we can talk about why there would be that delay in that.
So we would submit the grant, I think it's tomorrow, right, Eric? Next week, the grant application, if we go after this second grant, would be due next week. And then the timeline on page 398 outlines what that looks like. So we would be notified to go to the next round by May of this year. The full application will be due in June. And then we would, if we were eligible, or if we would get the second grant, then we'd be notified in September. Then we have to actually follow through Section 106 and NEPA because this will be federal funding. So we do have to follow through that process, which could take up to a year. So that's kind of that extended time period that would happen.
Thank you. And it all sounds familiar just because I feel like we went through a similar process with the Campus Park.
Exactly.
Additional federal funding for that. So thank you for that. I appreciate it. That's my questions on that. And I'm glad to hear it's next week because when you said tomorrow, I thought, well, we better get a vote on this, yes or no, by midnight. So, but again, thank you for the explanation on that, Mr. Wolf.
Yeah, Gabriel, you have something?
Oh, I was just going to share that. Thank you so much for taking the time and briefing me more about this. It's in my district, and this was a topic of conversation at my community conversations at the library. And of course, folks want us to get more funding because there's 4 neighborhood chairs in the conversation, and they're definitely in support of this, even if we have to wait a year. However, if we don't get the funding, they said, let's build what we can with what we have. And I think they all just want to see improvements in Durley Park. So thank you for that. And I think the timing of the conversation was perfect.
Councilwoman Perez, you have something?
Yeah, I will make the motion to approve and authorize the recommendation.
Wonderful. I second it. So we have a first and a second. Any speakers on this item, Madam Clerk?
Mayor, we do not have any public speakers in person or virtually. Thank you.
Okay. I just call for the vote. I'm sorry.
That's okay. No, I'm fine with this. I guess, just to make sure I'm understanding this, really what we're weighing is, do we build a lesser park now? Or do we take the chance on the possibility that we'll get a grant and have an even nicer park a year from now? So I guess it's a trade-off. Do we give people the service they want now, but not nearly as much? It's like the old marshmallow test they gave to kids, where all right, can you wait 15? If you can wait 15 minutes, you get 2 marshmallows, but otherwise you only get 1.
And I would also add to that obviously these are estimates, and the bid environment will dictate what those costs would be. And so there's no guarantee if we go now that we'll get all the elements without having to actually supplement the existing grant. And so there's no guarantee that we'll get this single marshmallow if we go right away.
Right. So I guess I'm going to lean a little bit on Councilmember Rodriguez. I really think this is in it's in your area. I think it affects you more than anyone else, and you're more familiar with it than the rest of us. I'm willing to defer to what you prefer. Whether you prefer something now, or do you prefer an opportunity for perhaps something better, but later?
Well, just my conversations with Director Wolf is if we can invest the time, energy, and everything it takes to get the grant, nothing guarantees us that we will be successful in receiving the additional funds. So the recommendation from the community folks that I did speak to, again, it's only about a dozen folks, but folks have had the opportunity to come to public comment and have conversations with us anytime. I would definitely support this application and the process of us trying to get additional funding. So $6 million, here we go.
Yeah, Mayor Pro Tem, go ahead.
Just real quickly, if it's helpful, on both points by Councilmember Starr and Councilwoman Rodriguez, Mr. Hummel, I see, is here, and he is an incredibly skilled and has quite a track record of grant writing, specifically for our parks and our public spaces. And I want to give him credit on that. From my time with the Parks and Rec Commission, he really rocked and rolled a lot of really great work that has happened since then. And I think he's an absolute asset to the city in the work that he does. And from my time on the Parks and Rec Commission, we were able to approve the $500,000 playground that is in Durley Park now. Prior to that, I'm just trying to remember numbers off the top of my head. I believe the playground prior to that was at least 3.5 or so decades old and still had sand and the little animals that actually didn't rock back and forth anymore. They were just stationary, no slide. And it was, had a small footprint and was, I believe, then Chair Poirier referred to it as a Cold War era feeling type of playground. And so I only bring those things up because in doing community outreach with the folks who live nearest to the park and those in the Bartolo North neighborhood, they have waited a long time for attention for that park. They were very excited for the playground. The fence didn't last its intended amount of time before the playground opened. They were very eager to get to it, which was great. But I will say that they still deserve more and they deserve the best. And whatever we can give them, whether it be through additional grants, absolutely. I'll just offer something that I had mentioned to Mr. Wolf when this similar process came to Campus Park. Any parallel processes that we can do, I'm sure Public Works will continue to do while we're in this kind of holding pattern for this. And if we're granted it, just as we were with Campus Park, great. So those are my comments on that, though. And I think Mr. Wolf has something, Mayor.
I have a question. So if we're to be denied this grant, how long would it be before we actually found that out? Is it just?
It's actually on page 398 of the staff report. So the grant award is
considered May 2025.
Yeah, it's September 2025. So to Mayor Pro Tem's comment, we're not going to stop the current design. We have sufficient funding for the current design. That'll be completed here. I think we're about 80% done. We're through a few plan check comments, and so we'll finish the design. That's not going to stop. That'll be a parallel path item that Mayor Pro Tem talked about. We'll submit the application next week. The first sort of checkpoint will be made. We'll know kind of a yes or no checkpoint there. If we hear no, we'll just continue down the path of finishing the design. If we hear yes, the second checkpoint is the September checkpoint. If we hear no, then we'll certainly be closer to finishing the design and bid it out, and then bring it back to council for consideration if the bids come in higher than the remaining grant amount.
Yeah. Well, if the answer it does end up being no, it's better to find out sooner rather than later, so we can just move on and because costs seem to be going up each year the longer we wait to do anything.
That's correct.
Okay. I think we have just go for the vote, Madam Clerk.
Councilwoman Bettis,
Yes.
Mayor MacArthur,
Yes.
Councilman Starr,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Teran,
Yes.
Councilwoman Basua, Councilmember Perallo, Councilwoman Rodriguez,
Aye.
and the motion carries 7-0.
Just a question, because I wasn't clear on this. Who actually made the motion? Who seconded
That
it?
was my question.
Oh.
I made the motion,
Mayor
and then
Thank you.
seconded.
Thank you. We were in the same page
Oh,
there,
would you- okay.
Councilmember.
So
I made the motion that Councilwoman Perez seconded.
I must have stepped away again.
We'll move to the next item on the agenda. That's item L5. Last item. No, it's too soon. This is from Public Works. The subject, a public project agreement with Toro Enterprises for bicycle and pedestrian facilities Northeast Communities and Cloyne Street project. The recommendation is that the City Council approve and authorize, number one, a total of $1,974,588.25 in project funds for the bicycle and pedestrian facilities Northeast Communities and Cloyne Street project. Number two, that the mayor execute an agreement with Toro Enterprises in the amount of $1,645,490.25 for the project, and approve a project contingency amount of $164,549, or approximately 10%, with Toro Enterprises for a total not to exceed value of $1,810,039.25 for the project. And number three, a project allocation amount of $164,549, or approximately 10%, for engineering, inspection, survey, and project management for the project. And number four, a total amount of budget appropriations of $1,020,244,031, consisting of $627,906.42 from the Circulation System Improvement Fee Fund, available fund balance for the Northeast Communities Project, and $392,337.89 from the Mobility Fee Fund, available fund balance for the Cloyne Street project, as well as the corresponding capital outlay fund appropriation increase in the same amounts. Mayor Pro Tem, do you want Mike to, again, you just briefly go over?
Well, I think you already know my question on this. I gave you a preview earlier, so.
Say that again. Oh, yeah, I can start now with the answer to that question.
Yeah.
This is a capital improvement project in the City Council approved capital program. This is a project that includes grant funding. It consists of Class 2 and Class 3 on-street bike lanes, traffic signal, bicycle detection, overhead flashing beacon systems with mast arms, sidewalk improvements, curb extensions, signage, striping, and accessibility improvements. And so it's actually, we have some pretty decent maps in the presentation. If folks have that available to them, actually on page 531, it shows a layout of the Class 2 and the Class 3 locations throughout the city there on the north end. And then on page 532, you can see some of those improvements along Cloyne and Cypress, and then the overhead flashing beacon as it crosses Bard there at Justin Way.
And Mr. Wolf, just for the benefit of the public, if you wouldn't mind sharing, or maybe Mr. Kessler can, when we're looking at Class 2 and Class 3 bike lanes or bike paths, can you just share just a visual what that looks like when folks see those on the road?
Yeah, so when we talk bike facilities, we start talking Class 1, Class 2, Class 3, and there's actually Class 4, and there's even a different one that they've come up with. Class 1 is completely separated, multi-purpose. It's not necessarily just a bike lane, multi-purpose Class 2 is typically on-street. It's done with striping, where you have a separated bike facility, but with striping. Class 3 is typically what we call a shared bike lane, or you see them where you have sharrows, where you have the striping that just says share the lane kind of facilities, and you have signs for that. So that the difference between Class 2 and Class 3 is Class 2 has a separated space for those bikes with striping, and then Class 3 you're sharing the space with the vehicles.
Thank you. And I would imagine for folks, if they want a tangible visual, they can go down Gonzales Road between Lantana and Oxnard Boulevard. There's a very clear set aside Class 2 bike lane, as well as Oxnard Boulevard between Robert and Gonzales, freshly paved as well with new striping. And a Sharrow, a Class 3, would be on C Street, where I know there's one between Gonzales and I believe Doris.
That's correct. In Class 2, you can actually have different configurations depending on if you have on-street parking. You can have parking on one side. So there's different kinds of layouts for a Class 2. It doesn't always have to be the curb adjacent bike lanes for a Class 2. It doesn't have to be curb adjacent.
All right, thank you for that. And my last question on that, if you wouldn't mind just sharing, on the maps, there's a number of other items, but as well as the items you listed for, bike detection, and then we have curb extensions listed out here. Can we just share, and then the overhead flashing beacon. Can we just share a little bit about what those functionalities are of each of those different items?
Oh, yeah. So the bike detection is part of the traffic signal system. So not normally do bikes trigger the inductive loops. If we have inductive loops for signal detection, if we're going with video detection, it's a lot easier for us to do bike detection. And so that would be the traffic signal bicycle detection. Overhead flashing beacons, that would be in a place where we have potentially a uncontrolled crossing, where we want to draw attention to a crossing with flashing yellow beacons, overhead beacons. I think that's what's happening at Justin Way. And then curb extensions, that is a functionality where we have an existing crosswalk and we are shrinking down the distance that the pedestrian has to be exposed in the street. So we're bringing the sidewalk closer, and some people call it bulb outs, some people call it curb extensions. And so what we're doing is we're reducing the distance that the pedestrian is crossing the street by extending the sidewalk into the street proper, if you will. And then signage and striping, that's pretty self-explanatory. Additional signage, additional striping. That would be the bicycle lanes, the Sharrow, stuff like that, or the bicycle signage and or the pedestrian crossing signage.
Great, thank you for that. And I'll just say that in all of those items, first with the bike detection, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe C Street and Gonzales Road, when you're heading west of Gonzales and you turn south on C Street, I believe there is a new camera that's there, or some detection that actually does allow bicycles to trigger the left turn, the protected left turn arrow there, which was a happy accident that I found that. And I had a discussion with a member of the public on, well, what a waste of time. Now every bike is going to cause that to change, and the traffic's going to stop. It's going to cause a bunch of traffic. And, my response is, well, they are also vehicles, but also I would be probably I use a little bit more discretion about when I'm going to do that, and probably when there's less traffic anyways. But I appreciate those being brought in because, again, there are many people who don't have the choice but to travel or commute by bicycle, and they certainly are deserving of safe facilities and safe pathways as much as we can give them. The last thing, just for examples on the curb extensions on A Street over near Winds, I believe there's one there. I think it's between Magnolia and Robert, I guess is what I'm thinking of there. But there's those. But would those be the same as the safe routes to school, or is that a different design we're looking at, where we have more islands that are out there versus curb extensions where it's a full solid cement kind of ramp that goes out?
So it depends on the drainage. So when you have curb extensions that look like I think you're explaining as an island where it looks like it's not connected to the adjacent sidewalk, it typically is done because the drainage pattern it's much more expensive to address the drainage pattern. So we do that so that we keep the cost down, where the drainage pattern can be addressed by still connecting to the existing sidewalk, then we keep the extension connected. So it all kind of depends on what the existing drainage pattern is and how we want to address that, and sort of a cost-benefit discussion or analysis, if you will.
Great, thank you for that. And they are for pedestrian safety, so please park 15 feet or more away from them when you see them. Thank you.
Michael, I'm just appreciative and delighted to see the enhancement in commuter safety in the southern part of our city and just the modernization of it. I'm sure that Councilwoman Perez would join me in that celebration too. But Councilman Perez, do you have a comment?
If there are no other discussions, I'd move the recommended action, but I would also suggest that Mr. Turan explained, you've been hit twice by cars, so I mean, you could share that, why you have such a passion for this stuff.
Yes.
But not a long discussion, but just, you know.
Oh, no, you asked, Councilor Perello.
I gave him a ride back from the road, from the bridge event, and he shared that with me, and I had no idea the guy's been hit twice.
And by the way, the reason why we should keep it short is because we got to save Greg Runyon's marriage. If he goes out way too late, then I don't know if we'll ever see him again.
Yeah.
Maybe we could put the camera on him for documented proof that he's here. But just very quickly, yes, Councilmember Perello is correct that I have been cycling in the city, and I used to go between here and Camarillo and here in Ventura when I was younger and braver. I have been hit twice, and my entire young adult life and in my adult life, I follow all the traffic rules. I wear a helmet. I stop at the stop signs. I do what you're supposed to do, but I put a lot of trust. Cyclists put a lot of trust in the drivers that they're going to do what they're supposed to be doing too. And unfortunately, as I told Councilor Perello, I can do every single thing right, follow every single rule, but if it's me versus a car, the car always wins. And so pedestrian and bicycle safety is very important to me. And my biggest thing is I have a privilege where I can choose not to ride a bike because it's cold or it's windy or I don't want to show up sweaty, where many, many of our residents do not have that choice. And I have to recognize and check my own privilege for that. So anyways, I appreciate you, giving me an opportunity to share that, Councilor Perello. It is a very important topic to me. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing that. Let me just recognize Councilwoman Perez. Do you have something? No, you're probably just as excited as I am to see the focus in the south end. I'm sorry, Councilmember Starr, you had something?
Thanks. So I guess the one thing I'm struggling with is just how to gauge the cost and benefit here. To me, when we're looking at $1.1 million and almost 900,000 of it was covered by grants, and it's like, okay, no big deal. I can make that decision every day. I guess I'm having a little bit more trouble with it now that it costs almost twice as much, and given that the amount that we're going to have to spend is a lot more. It's not just 100,000 or so. It's like roughly $1 million or something like that. I guess my question is, and maybe I'm asking for staff's opinion on this. I guess at some point you'd probably say, you know what, this isn't the best use of our funds. We'd be far better off for safety purposes spending our money elsewhere or for some community benefit purposes elsewhere. Do you have any sense, and I realize I'm kind of putting you on the spot, but do you have any sense of where you'd say, you know what, yeah, I'd do this for $2 million, which is what it is now, but gosh, there's no way in the world I'd do it for 3 or 4.
So the way I would put this is these are necessary improvements, and I'm glad that we have a grant to cover some of those costs.
Okay.
That's the perspective I would put on this. Rather than it's costing more money, these are improvements that your paid public works director would recommend that we do these. And the fact that we have grant money to cover some of the cost is actually just a benefit.
Right. And your position would be that there isn't a place to spend the money elsewhere that would make us more safe for the same amount of funds?
So we actually went through that exercise. I asked the staff that question. I said, okay, where else could we spend? And the other funding that we're recommending to be spent is actually development impact fees, right? And so these are funds that we get through the development process. And we looked at the other projects that we have in the CIP, and we looked at any other projects that we had contemplated, and we could not find another project that didn't already have existing funds that could be that would be eligible for these funding sources from the mobility and the transportation fees. So we went through that exercise, and we did not find one that was of equal value in terms of public improvements to this project.
Yeah, that's very helpful for me, because I always want to know that not only are we getting the best bang for our buck, but I recognize that when we spend money on Project A, that means it's no longer available for Project B, and maybe Project B might have been the better. So I'm glad you're doing that sort of thoughtfulness in your analysis, and that makes me comfortable enough to vote in favor of this.
Okay, thank you for your comment. Councilmember Starr.
Do we have a motion?
We have a motion by,
I'll second.
Okay. Madam Clerk, any public speakers on this item?
Mayor, we have no public speakers on this item.
Okay, call for the vote.
Councilmember Perallo? Yes. Councilwoman Rodriguez?
Aye.
Councilman Starr?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Teran?
Yes.
Councilwoman Basua? Mayor MacArthur?
Yes.
And then Councilwoman Bettis?
Yes.
And the motion carries 7-0. Thank you.
Wonderful, thank you. There being no further business on the agenda, and without objection, we are adjourned. Thank you.